I think it's time to dive in. I don't expect that to go anywhere. Imagine actually closing tabs. I never have more than like 4 tabs open. Like right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4 tabs open. I got this, is just the directory. I've got my dashboard. I've got my noise generator. I've got 2 of my teammates. 4 tabs. For the dwarfs, sad face, no hype train. Ah, well. Thanks for the 6 gift subs, though. Much appreciated. Vote Gremlin stream tag? No. $50 and I'll give you a vote Gremlin stream tag. You gotta pay for that kind of marketing, man. All right, so we're the year 415, so we are 410 years in. Longdeath, let's go. All right, so Longdeath. The current dwarves that are alive are Dragon, Volleylol, Letharticus, Anonymo, Merc, Dominith, Anthony, Malden, Bloodcat, Disco, Diamond Destruct, Massive, who's still the king, and is... How old are you, Massive? 166 years old. Damn. Wait, what? Taigozar. Mist, Little M. Katsu, who just got gifted a sub. Zindros, Stone, Hoshan, Rory, The Scoid, Red Octobear, Paranoid Metroid, Arch, Do It, Hops, scrolling down. Jimmy Tibby, Farana, Ayer, Havoc, and Navy. You heard your name get called and want me to check in on your dwarf? Just let me know. Currently, we are at war with humans, which is why there's a lot of lava over here on the side. We are, I guess, massively restocking our metal supplies. There you go. You can stare at it for a minute if you want. It's not as crazy as I think some people think it is, but it's not a small number. I mean, total population currently is 28. We're trying to get back up to 30. So currently it's just a lot of melting down stuff, chilling in the tavern. Melting down stuff, chilling in the tavern, cooking, making clothes. Melting down stuff, chilling in the tavern on repeat. That's kind of the cycle that we're doing. We don't have any huge construction systems currently. It's definitely the 6th stone, although I'm pretty sure there's more than 6 stones in the fort. Died a long, long time ago. Yep. Many stones have died. Many dwarves have lived. We're smelting Galena ore. Yep, it is very low in Dwarf Fortress. But this fortress is also very old, so it's not really comparable to normal forts. Longdeath has only seen Aqua the 4th. We should get an Aqua the 3rd. We should get an Aqua the 4th in here at some point. But with merchants, we do have 50 total population. To bug the display of created wealth? Is it possible to make it roll over? Because, like... I don't even know what kind of number that is because it's hard to read numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 digits? I feel like I need to make that hit 9999999 to, like, collide. You need to hit, like, a trillion or something to push it further into the UI itself. Although, Premium is going to have such a different UI that it'll probably fix that problem. Nearly 50 million, yeah. I know that there was somebody on the subreddit that was trying to make a 1 billion valued fortress. I don't think they ever made it, though. We're in early summer. Just a heads up, Stone. As a joke for GTA 5? Yes. I think didn't Stone the 5th end up getting expelled? I can't remember. think the Stone the Fifth might have gotten expelled. But yeah, the population was originally capped at 30 for this fort, and then we moved it up to 50 for a bit. And it's at 65, I think, right now, is the population cap. But because this fortress is so old, we haven't had a migrant wave in about, well, the last migrant waves we got were around year 120, 130, and we're in year 415. So it's been like 300 years, really, since we've gotten migrants. Migrants do not come to this fort, which is kind of funny because every now and again, people will ask me in comment section, they're like, if you somehow manage to get another migrant, it's like, I'd love to give you a dwarf, but I can only give you children, so I can't give you specific requests because the only actual new dwarves we get in the fortress are like babies that are raised, which means all of the adult dwarves in this fortress were born in this fortress, which is kind of awesome in a weird way because, like, how often do you actually get that sort of thing in Dwarf Fort? Which means you can, like, go through the entirety of the family trees and everything, which is a lot of fun, and I really enjoy that part of, like, this fortress. If I had to say, they'd have been executed. Locked in a room until they, well, they were tantruming a bunch. Like, that dwarf was a problem. You'd be interested to see what happens if the fort value hits 4294967 dwarf bucks. Why? What's special about that number, Tasty Coles? Why that number specifically? There is, in fact, a 67 in the middle of that. That's your favorite number? Okay, that's such a big, oddly specific number. You gotta tell me why that's your favorite number. It's like Stone's favorite number is 67, so 67 has practically become a meme in this channel because Stone's here all the time. Can't ask workers of holdings to get pseudo-migrants? That's literally what I'm doing. So these are merchants. These are pseudo-migrants. But you know what's funny? Holdings have a finite number of merchants that you can request. The lists depopulate. So if I were to go request more merchants, see all these missing spots? That's the list depopulating. And I don't think it ever repopulates. So yes, you can, but also no, you can't. Dorfin's pretty good. How's Bierman here? Last time we spoke, I think you were stuck far away from home and weren't able to, like, do the whacking of steel that you like to do normally. If I remember correctly. Let's get all this stuff ready to be melted down and unforbidden. Dwarves are pretty good at walking around lava. But yeah, merchants are pseudo-migrants, but they're also not migrants because they're not technically members of the fortress because they're about the equivalent of having, like, bards join, except they can never petition for full membership. So, because they can't petition for full membership, they are kind of, not useless. Useless is the wrong word. But because they can't petition for full membership, there are certain things that they can't do, like join the military and practice a martial art. And the version of the game that we're playing is, I think, 2 versions behind currently. So moods are a lot more violent, I guess. Stress is a lot harder to deal with. So certain dwarves need to be put into the military just to keep themselves from going insane. Like they need to practice a martial art, which is join the military. So I've been putting dwarves that get stressed in the military, but the problem with the merchants is because they can't join the military and there's certain things they can't do. You can sometimes just have merchants that are, like, impossible to save. And also, they don't technically count towards fortress population. So This number is 28, right? Number of dwarves that are in the fort. This number is 50, total number of citizens. If we lose those 28 dwarves, the fort dies because those others don't count towards the fort population. The white spaces are yaks that settled in place? Interesting. Did they get stuck after a trade? If you have a Helix form, which is like hill dwarves, close by because you have royalty in your fortress like these do, you hit R. There it says request workers, and you can request workers, which are merchants. They show up as merchants, listed as merchants. So you need to go into the locations menu, and you go to the locations menu for your fortress. You assign a messenger. Mine's Arch. Then Arch will go out and collect merchants and then bring them back to the fortress, and then they join the fortress. They're not full citizens? No, they're literally, we call them migrant workers. Like, they come here, they work for a bit, they have a couple babies, the babies become peasants, and then I boot them out, right? And it also keeps the family trees varied enough that they can keep breeding. Which is kind of fucked up, but, you know. Video games. What, did you Google the number, Raz? Expats, sure. I mean, whatever you want to call them. Stone, we just got... Oh, never mind. Pfft, not a trader. We got a wagon, but I haven't opened the gate again yet because I didn't realize it was still closed. It is not fall yet. It's like, wow, the game saved quick. You get helixes by getting royalty in your fortress, and you get royalty in your fortress by becoming a barony, and you do that by gifting stuff to the mountain home when they show up as traders. So you need a specific amount of value in your fortress, which is actually quite easy to achieve. It's not a huge amount of value, and then you have to gift. It's like, I think 5,000 in value to the mountain home. It's like nothing. So when they show up, when your mountain home traders show up, just give them a couple meals or some, like, I don't know, spiky balls or something for free, or some jewelry, and then you'll get a baron, and then you take care of your baron, and then helixes will form. Or helixes will form if your faction's dead, and there's, like, no royalty alive. Ay, ay, ay. Aqua. You steal the children of the migrant workers? No, I wait for the children to become legitimate citizens, and then I boot out the parents. Actually, not generally. Usually, I keep them around until they die of old age. Because usually when they show up, they're like 80 to like 140 years old, the migrants, or the merchants. And that's kind of fine. It's interesting, though, that list is being repopulated by livestock, though. That's funny. If that's actually true. Because that's the sort of weirdness that I would be inclined to believe. Also, I'm in Canada, Aqua. Or are you comparing America to Longdeath? Got into an argument with Rushier. And that makes me angry, says Volleyball. If only Longdeath had some stockpiles? What are you talking about? We got stockpiles on our stockpiles. Stock these piles. Jeez. Longdeath is far better managed. I don't know about that. Why can't I stop yawning? Maybe it's because I'm playing Dwarf Fortress. Jeez. It's like this game comes with built-in sleeping pills. Speaking of like other weird games, we need to check out War Sim pretty soon, because War Sim's getting an expeditions update where you can hire expedition groups to go out and invade faraway lands, which have like random outcomes. Really want that. I would say to become a Canadian citizen is very difficult. Like quite literally, either you need to literally be a heart surgeon and have some very specific high-level skill, or marry a Canadian. Those are the two ways to become Canadian, and it's quite difficult. And I feel like every single time I say that, somebody's like, "Hey, Greg, you want to get married?" And I'm like, "No, not really." I was in a friend's chat, and they're from Brazil, and someone mentioned they're like, "How does one move to Canada?" I'm like, "Marry a Canadian." They're like, "So you single?" No. But yes, but no. I don't want to get married. That's a commitment that I'm not ready to make. Depends on your occupation. Bakers are in high need, for example. Well, I mean, most Canadians are too baked to be bakers. Yeah, also, if you're willing to work in the middle of fuck nowhere, there's lots of work. If you happen to be like a vet or a veterinarian assistant or something, you could get a job like in the middle of goddamn nowhere, tiny ass town, northern Canada. Live in a town with like 2,000 people with a weirdly high murder rate and a lot of cocaine. Probably a bad idea to commit fraud with marriage. Yep. I've had long discussions about this with various people in the past, specifically from the States. We're just like, hey, like, want to get married and want to move to Canada. What about rights and Shaws? I was going to make a Canadians are too baked to be baker. It's actually part of our plot to move Mount Baker into Canada. Side note, completely unrelated. I really want to hike up Mount Baker. I've seen a bunch of that and Mount St. Helens. I've seen a lot of photos of Mount St. Helens specifically as of late on various hiking subreddits, and I'm like, man, I know it's a hard hike, but damn, that shit looks cool. And also, it almost killed my parents, so I kind of want to hike up Mount St. Helens. Pretty sure there was a streamer who did that. You can't remember who, what, like committed marriage fraud? Like married somebody just specifically to move them into the country? I would generally refer to that as a bad idea that you shouldn't do. It's like, wait, committed marriage fraud or married somebody from a different country because it was like they wanted to move their partner into the country? Specifically to move to Canada? Yeah, I wouldn't care to know who did that either. But I mean, like my older sister got married like 2 years earlier than she was planning to because it was the only way to get her husband into Canada. But that was like a legitimate marriage, and they're still married, happily married. But like he was from Kansas and in the U.S. military, and they met on a fucking World of Warcraft roleplay server of all places. And now they're both like pharmacy techs. Which is kind of funny because he has like no skills in pharmacy stuff, but trained during the pandemic. Like the pharmacy my sister works at was like, holy shit, we need people during the pandemic. And like at the height of lockdown, he was just sitting there unemployed. My sister's like, well, I could train my husband. So they just brought him in, and now they're both pharmacy techs because he just did all the practical work and then went and took a test and passed. So, which is kind of awesome. When you drive to Abbotsford to cross Mount Baker area, it's very red. Mount Baker area is very red. You mean like politically red? I mean, I believe that. One way to get a job? What? Be married to a pharmacy tech during a pandemic? No kidding. I mean, I don't really care about the people who live around Mount Baker. I just want to go to Mount Baker. Just want to climb it. Also, I just realized we have Pi subscribers. Well done. You did it. Investments are open if you want to lose more tickets, chat. Wow, you've lost like half of your total wealth. That's crazy. I really put like easy side entrances into this to clear it out quicker. This is all iron gear from the humans that we burned. All right, you know what? I'll invest. Maybe I'll give you guys good luck. I feel kind of bad for you. Imagine being ticket broke? You mean like you who just invested one? We're slowly filling up all of these cage traps with iron cages so that they just need to like reset them. I love how there's still like like we've cleared out the front area, but there's still like one thing of lava like right there. Also got to remove melt from all the cages. What's the ticket thing? It's a completely useless in-chat minigame that we've had since like 2015. It mostly just keeps track of the number of hours you've watched the stream for. But you have 43 or sorry, not you. Like for example, Enduri-san has 43 tickets and could invest any number of those. You lose the tickets and then you have a chance to win your tickets back with a third increase on top to allow you to basically play a little gambling mini game and be kind of like Diamond, who has like 500,000 somehow, or Gremlin for Mayor, who has Gremlin tickets. Sounds a little low. I mean, that's how long you've watched the stream. Like I said, I always say this. The reason that system exists is I have proof and I can track the fact that T-Pain has watched my stream for 8 hours. I mean, meanwhile, my tickets. And hours. Damn, I'm getting close to 15,000. That's ridiculous. Hey, Zachos, how are you? Happy days. What's up, man? Yeah, that's one of my main claims to fame is that T-Pain has watched my stream for a few hours. I'm doing good with tickets. Well, thank you. Let's see who lost. Wow, there we go. We on the money. Clearly it's because Pilot left. Sorry, Stone. Hi, Rich. I'm blind. If you have a name change and you tell me, I can move them over with like 2 button presses. Lame, right? Jeez. This is where you go, boo, you suck. You don't remember what it was before? Yeah, if you tell me, if you had a name change and you tell me, I can fix it. Because the bot only goes by username. It doesn't have more stat tracking than that. Back on track, apparently. Hauling all those bits and pieces. There's something real satisfying about just being like, yeah, all these dwarves are gonna go melt all this stuff down. Pundia? I don't recognize that name. Oh. But it's okay. Sometimes people need a fresh start. I mean, then there's like example of like Pablo Rasta, who was Pablo Rasta. Then he forgot his login for Twitch and got logged out. So then he became Pablo Rasta Reborn. Then he changed his name from Pablo Rasta Reborn to Pablo Rasta Shiny. And, like, there's various people. I mean, like, even Raz in chat has, like... I'll be honest. I have trouble keeping track of Raz Live's name changes sometimes. Because, like, I know that you've had a... Because I think you were manufacturing monkeys at one point. And then you changed the name to... Were you Star and Snow, or was that somebody else? No, actually, I don't know. I know that at one point I had your name in the credits on my YouTube videos twice because you kept changing your name and then didn't change your name on Patreon, and it just, like, hurt my brain. Cutest! It's good to see you. You should watch that video I sent you. Stone's always got Stone in their name, yes. You were Stone, a.k.a. MLH for a while, and then you changed it? What? Changed it to Stone, a.k.a. Seashore's Wall. That's, like, high on the list of need-to-watch videos. I don't know if you know what it's about, Cutest, but Jesus Christ, you need to watch it. It's, like, up there with the Folding Ideas NFTs video for things that people need to watch. Like, holy shit. You'll watch it before bed? TLDR. Or TLDW, I guess, technically. Minus spoilers. YouTuber makes documentaries using parallax images that I've watched for a long time called Business Casual. They've made YouTube videos for like 8 or 9 years over 2 different channels. RT, the Russian, state media channel, made a quick habit of stealing and heavily modifying their videos so it wouldn't get picked up by YouTube's stolen video algorithms. They caught them and sued RT. That's the first 5 minutes of that video. Now they're in a lawsuit with RT and YouTube, which is fun, crazy actually. Absolute madness. How am I? Unfortunately, you had a massive headache and then went to bed, and you do not have said headache anymore. It's strange how, like, drinking water and getting sleep often cures headaches. It's funny how that works. May or may not be migraines. Are they chronic migraines or just, like, you get headaches sometimes? I get headaches if I don't drink coffee. Generally, if I drink coffee, I don't get headaches. Generally. Keyword there, though, is generally. And 3 picks and 3 crutches. Wood, crutch, 3. Iron. Oh. Pick, 3. Yeah, I feel that, Diamond. Bullet don't help with that, though. Water sometimes does. Go and shoot the headache out of the head. It's like some Persona shit. They're just like, time travel? Shoot him in the head. Dimensional travel? Shoot him in the head. In-game fast travel? Shoot him in the head. Take a nap? Shoot him in the head. I think that was a... almost a Rage Against the Machine song. You know what's weird? QuakeCon still fucking happens. I've started getting emails about QuakeCon. QuakeCon was weird when it was owned by Bethesda. It's now even weirder now that it's owned by Bethesda, which is owned by YouTube. It's like, what? It's like, sorry, not owned by YouTube, owned by Microsoft. My brain's in too many different places at once. Like, Bethesda, owned by Microsoft, owns QuakeCon, which was the id Software convention. Which also shouldn't be called QuakeCon. They should just call it DoomCon, because Doom's way more popular than Quake. Who the fuck plays Quake? That's one of those situations where I'm talking faster than my brain's going, which is most of the time I speak. What the fuck is that sword doing there? Or that weapon? What is that? Bolt? It's a steel spear. Anybody have claim to this? Nope, melt it. Headaches and migraines will happen with changes of weather. Pressure changes? Usually gets resolved with ibuprofen. If ibuprofen fixes it, then it's not a migraine. Migraines are in a different part of the brain. Although people often confuse migraines with just bad headaches. Like, you can have a bad headache that feels like comparable to a migraine, but very much is not a migraine. But yeah, I don't know. QuakeCon is such a weird thing these days. Almost as weird as playing Into the Breach via Netflix. But yeah, I mean, migraines is one of those terms that gets misused a lot. Like a migraine is it's like, you know, it's the difference between like a headache at the front of your head, like up in your temples, and a headache at the back of your head, versus like a full head kind of pulsating headache. Like, there's different kinds of headaches that happen in different regions of your brain that are caused by different things. And it's like, migraines are a very specific type of headache, but people just use it to describe a bad headache, which is fair. But like, if you have a headache and you take, like, if I don't drink caffeine, I get a caffeine migraine. If I could take 5 ibuprofen, extra strength, and it won't have any effect. The only fix would be either migraine medication, specific prescribed migraine medication, or coffee. So I just drink coffee. That fixes the problem. But migraines are very, like, I hallucinate when I get migraines. Here, let me show you a thing. If you have a Netflix subscription and Netflix on your phone, you can download Into the Breach on your phone, and it plays great. When the colors get intense and pulsing, it's about to be migraine. Yep. No, like, if you've ever played Escape from Tarkov, and I think it's morphine that you give yourself that makes everything super sharp. That's what the world starts to look like if you have a migraine. What the? I know, right? It's weird, isn't it? What the fuck? What the fuck? So, they are, I don't even think it's a timed exclusive. I'm pretty sure it's just a Netflix exclusive. It's, released on phones, but the only way to play it is via Netflix. Do I have rose gold that I could fill this in with? I don't actually know. I haven't looked in a while. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a Netflix exclusive. it might be shut down already. Where'd you hear that? They literally just had a conference call where they're like, no, we're keeping it in the testing phase, so we're experimenting with weird shit and see what kind of games stick and what's popular. I haven't heard anything about them maybe shutting it down, but maybe you've heard something I haven't. Where'd you hear that? I know that like nobody uses it because they don't spend any money on marketing it, and it's only available on phones, which is not the majority of their audience, but your info might be completely wrong. It's literally like in the testing phase. There's like most of the games on Netflix available through the mobile app are like fucking Asphalt 7, which is like Gameloft's Need for Speed ripoff, which are really bad normally because they're always free to play games. The nice thing about the ones on Netflix is they remove all the microtransactions, but the problem is it's like the variety just isn't there. And so like I've been aware of them having games on Netflix for close to like a year or two now. It's been a while that they've had them. But they've only been like, they have like a Mahjong Solitaire, they have like a Breakout clone, they have like a couple Plants vs. Zombies clones, but like Moonlighter's on there. You can play like, I don't have it installed right now, but you could go play, if it loads, Moonlighter. This game, the 11-bit Studios game, this is on phones. You can play this through Netflix. Like, this is like a legit good game. So it's weird. Cookie Clicker? Does Cookie Clicker even have a mobile version? But no, it's not on there. If FTL would work on your phone, you don't think you'd ever get things done? FTL is on tablets, but I don't think did FTL ever come out on Android phones? I don't think it did. I think it's just on tablets or iPad based. It's quite. I'm pretty sure it's just iPad. FTL. No, but Crying Suns is, which isn't anywhere near as good. That's interesting. Idle FTL Starship. Idle faster than light calculator. What? The fuck does that mean? Pixel Starships FTL. There's a lot of games with FTL. Hey, Star Traders is on here. Yeah, I don't know. Not on the Android store. Tablets but not phone last you checked. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the UI is pretty small in that. Into the Breach works great on my phone though. I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, my ex had a tablet, so I used to play FTL on that tablet. Okay, so there is no sequel to Cookie Clicker, so you're playing some sort of Cookie Clicker knockoff because Cookie Clicker is available via a web browser and Steam. That's it. So if you're saying you got Cookie Clicker 2, they never made a sequel to that, so that's a knockoff. Yeah, no, this is a knockoff of Cookie Clicker. Although there's like a billion like fake Cookie Clickers. Actually, okay, so I'm looking at this. There is a legit Cookie Clicker on Play Store, like just like the normal ass Cookie Clicker, but Cookie Clicker 2 is like fake. No. Because unless it says that it's, yeah, unless it's made by Dashnet and Ortail, because Cookie Clicker is published by Dashnet on mobile. Unless it's Dashnet and Ortail, it's not actually Cookie Clicker. And so there's no Cookie Clicker sequel. I know that for a fact. Play on Steam because of mods. I don't like clickers on phones. I know that might sound weird, but I don't like clickers on phones. They're just a battery drain. Like I don't play most games on phones. I've only been playing Into the Breach on phone because I like Into the Breach, and I don't really play it like a phone game. For me, a phone is an important like health utility. So like the only thing I use my phone for is like podcasting and or listening to podcasts and music, because I don't want to have my screen on because that shit drains your battery real fast. Clickers on PC are easy because of auto clickers? Yeah, that, and like I can just let them run. I don't want to let them run on my phone. I mean, I've played clickers on my phone. I played Space Plan on my phone. But that's almost more of like a time-gated visual novel than a clicker. I played Egg Inc. on my phone, which was a good time. I need to bid these. There was a few different clickers I played on my phone over the years, but as phone battery life has gotten worse, I've just kind of decided that I really shouldn't be playing clickers on my phone because of the battery drain issue. Don't mods deactivate achievements, though? Fallen Kingdom? What's the Paperclips one? You've played that on your phone, but that's about it. Wait. You mean Universal Paperclips? I mean, I stated the name of it. Are you asking me what it is, but you've played it? So you know what it is if you've played it. I guess I don't understand the question. There's probably a mod to re-enable it. True. Probably a mod to just unlock all achievements, actually. Actually, let me look. Is there a mod for Cookie Clicker to unlock on all achievements? Achievements. Nope. Unlocks. There's okay, so I've never really looked at the Cookie Clicker Workshop, but I just found a mod that turns the cookie into Nicolas Cage. Might need to download that. Also, and installed. I gotta say, this is also pretty this is also pretty good. Cookie Clicker memes are amusing. All right. Time to close Steam. Dwarf Fortress isn't out on Steam yet. That's technically off topic. Conduct a meeting. Who's sad? As an achievement re-enabler? You wanted to do the game legit? I mean, I turn on Cookie Clicker sometimes and stare at it while stoned, and that's about the extent of my give a shit about Cookie Clicker. I don't take it particularly seriously, and I don't really care about getting stuff. I just, you know, I get stoned sometimes and play Cookie Clicker. Who's attending the meeting, though? Nobody attending the meeting? Okay, so you're trying to host a meeting for an unhappy citizen who's probably too stressed to come to the meeting. That's sad. This fortress isn't that insane. It's only insane because I've had it running for almost 2 years. It was what, August 20... it was August 23rd, 2021 was when we started the first one. Yeah, sometimes it is fun to watch numbers go up, yeah. It's just like sometimes it's fun to just watch stuff download. Like every now and again I'll get really bored and I'll just install and uninstall Grand Theft Auto 5 and see how many times I can uninstall it before I go do something else. But it's one of the biggest games I own on Steam because I don't own that many ridiculously large games on Steam. So sometimes I'm like, man, I wonder how fast my internet is today because the speed fluctuates a little bit. It's technically supposed to be 1,500 up, 1,500 down, but usually it's closer to about 900, but sometimes it goes up. So sometimes I'll like see if I can beat my speed test record. Downloading Auto, uncapped. It's like, let's go. Use all my internet. See how mad I can make my ISP. I have to do it at least. I have to do dumb stuff like that at least 1 or 2 months, 1 or 2 times a month, just to like increase my download cap. Because, damn it, I pay them the extra money for unlimited download caps. So, I'm gonna get my money's worth. Maybe I'm a bad person, but I find it funny. But yeah, no, this fortress is, to me, I guess, less crazy than it looks. I mean, fair enough, it is kind of crazy, but it's just crazy because of how old it is. Although, like, you know, this whole thing is fully constructed, like, above ground and shit. Like, you got a tube of lava that goes all the way down to here. Oops, that's the wrong button. All the way down to here. There we go. Where there's, you know, just a bunch of magma crabs right there just chilling, as they do. So, you know, I mean, it's crazy, but it's just old, more than crazy. And I probably should promote this video more, but shoutouts to Diamond for getting the footage for this, but apparently it's kind of hard to find. There it is. That's it in stone sense if you want to get a 3D view of it. Granted, that's like, I guess, 15 years behind in game now. Dwarf was fighting? That's pretty old, okay. No crimes, it's okay. Been a long death, yes. Turns out it's hard to find, because if you type in Longdeath, you actually get the worst longest death scene ever YouTube video, which is like it's like this movie from this like 70s where this guy gets shot and it takes him like 10 minutes to die. It's just like walking around staggering in pain for like 10 minutes. This is kind of a funny email I get. It's this video game's first... I'm not going to say the name of the game because I think it's funny, but I don't feel like mocking them, but it's insert video game names here. First birthday, and you're invited. Game's 1 year old. And then it's basically just like, buy the video game, 30% off. It's like, but like, how am I invited to something? You're invited to buy a game that you already own. Okay. Hello. What's up, Dragon Man? How's things? That's just funny to me. Longdeath is older than them. This is true. Humans have arrived with their annual tribute. Also, chat room, if anybody's feeling generous, Diamond and Dragon need subs. Saying. Watched the stream once that had a voice filter that just made them sound like GLaDOS. I know it's fine. I don't care. This is how I make money, dude. You're working against me, Dragon. Work with me. Sheesh. Here comes the council. Yep. Council of Men. Believe it or not, like, when I do that and just be like, hey, this person needs a sub, I consistently get, like, 20 to 30% more subs a day. So it's part of my business. Play a lot. But you've ruined the magic now, so it's not going to work. So Cutest, since you've been gone for like a month or so, what you been up to? And don't feel bad about not being able to tune into streams. It's totally fine. Life gets busy sometimes. The human drops their stuff off, and boom. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. You know the gist. You know the drill. And the screw. And the driver. Mod love. It's a good emote. Worst mod ever, indeed. No, the worst mod ever is probably Surgaz at this point. I don't think he's tuned in about 2 years. Actually, I wonder. When was he last here? Yeah, he hasn't been here since since New Year's Eve 2020. A reindeer? Huh. See reindeers that often. You went to a closed city where they made the first atom bomb in the USSR? Weird. Indeed. Also went to Armenia. I mean, Armenia sounds fun. Also fell in love. Aww. So a bunch of shit happening continues to happen. Sounds like life. I generally sell it back to them. Or to the dwarves. Is usually what I do with it. Here. That's a big one. Is that 3 pages? I mean, some of it gets used, like the arrows or the bolts that they bring generally gets used. The dye gets used. The food gets used. It's the closest to 3 pages. It's 1 off. Really? Wow. Considering they also have a reindeer bowl. If they didn't bring an animal, they would have had 3 pages. I'm amazed that a horse carried all this shit, including the reindeer bowl. That's my favorite part about these, is all of this was carried on 1 horse. Silver arrows is... Oh, wow, so it's 2 pages exactly. 50 silver arrows. Yeah, okay. So, like, bottom of page 1 is the hornblende blocks. Damn. It's not 1 off, but it's close. Doing a bunch of slaughtering. Oh, never mind. Not doing a bunch of slaughtering. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress, which means Council of Men guys are probably going to die on the way out again. All right, so the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Let's see how big this army is going to be. We'll give them about a minute. Actually, I'm going to pause for a second. I got to use the restroom. Bang them up, and then we'll do the siege. There was one time, Aqua, where I was at war with both a human faction and an elven faction, but the elves were at war with the humans as well. And consistently what would happen was the humans would show up to fight us. They would come running in like this, and then the elves would appear right next to them on the map, and they would just have like infighting, and it was super cool. Only happened once, but that's something that I've wanted to set up a second time because I think it would be fun. Okay, so we're gonna let those humans leave. Once they've made it out, once these guys have made it out, then we can pull the lever. And hopefully that'll be enough time for everybody to get inside as well. So a fun thing just happened. Supposedly prize, which was the discovery of Jupiter's moons in the University of Michigan. Huh? Wait, how's that a forgery? What do you mean? Like, so the moon doesn't exist, or they didn't actually find it and they just said they did? Which part of it was a forgery? The enemy of my entertainment is outside with my other the enemy of my enemy is outside and it's giving me free entertainment. Yes. Gotta pull the drain lever. Did I even have time to clear it? I didn't even have time to clear it all the metal. Wow. Okay. Imagine what a big old doing. Pull the levers. Lock the doors. Wow. This dude almost got rocketed into space. All right, let's see if these guys make it off the map. Because this is a pretty small siege, actually. I'm starting to think they're running out of soldiers. It's like 86? That's real small. I mean, the first few were like 200 plus. Now they're down to the 80s. Like, they've gotten rather small. I think that your pikemen go. I didn't see this guy anymore. Oh, there he is. What? Why are you going back into the fortress? You have a death wish or something? Fucking suicidal traitors? What the hell's happening? That's the neutral merchant. That's not an enemy soldier. The fuck? Why though? It's just gonna get you killed there, man. Okay, now he's turned around. Are you just exploring my traps? Guy's like scouting. He's just like, gotta see what's killing all these other humans here. Are these spies or something? The fuck's up with that guy? Meanwhile, Ayer withdraws from this society, who I currently can't do anything with, but seems to be running for a craft store shop, assuming. That's usually what they go for. Alright, so there goes Rudd the pikeman. Not to be confused with Rudd the Paul. They're scanning the area? Clearly. It's weird. I think it's actually just fucky pathing, but Ayer has claimed a craft dwarf shop. We just need these humans to be in the trap first. Just in case they invade so they know the traps. I wonder if that's actually what he's doing or if it's just fucky pathing. I'm assuming it's just fucky pathing. But, be cool if he was scanning the traps. Hopefully not a bad sign. I mean, the last traders, or the last trader guard died in this tunnel. Because the last trader guard, for the Council of Men, decided to stay behind in the fortress for some reason and then just went and fucking died. They're all gonna get stuck in cage traps. Dunk, that's one. And 2. Oh no. Well, a human recruit got into with my unicorns and is gonna beat the crap out of my unicorns. Well, that kind of sucks. Let's lock this door. Yeah, I did forbid that one. Did I not forbid this one? No, it's not. Well, they're killing some of my unicorns. That sucks. Fortunately, I got extras. That one axeman is leaving for some reason. Turns out the paper used was made after the manuscript, which would have been written, as well as the ink being too fresh for the first and last parts, so they were supposed to be written months apart. Huh. Interesting. I know very little about forging documents. The thought has never really been something that I've been interested in doing. Well, this human wrestler killed a unicorn foal. I hope that you're proud of yourself. Punch the stray unicorn foal in the right cheek with the right hand, bruising the skin. The force twists the head, and the unicorn foal has been found dead. Wait, hold on a second. Oh no, the human wrestler stands up. Imagine just like going in and killing somebody's baby unicorn and just being like, "Ah, success! We've won a great battle!" It's like, what the fuck's wrong with you, man? You killed a pony. Like the hell? Good for you, big boy. Also, I think they might be leaving. That or someone's died to a pony. Yeah, they're literally turning around to, like, go kill the unicorns. That or they're leaving off the side of the map. Are they actually leaving? Shit, they're leaving. Okay. So... I guess what we do is this. So they got into a fight with my unicorns and they're like, "Woo, let's kill unicorns." And that's basically the end of the fight. So I'm just gonna seal the doors and dump the lava, kill the few that are in there. There can't be that many. There's gotta be like, yeah, just like 2 or 3. We're gonna dump the lava in there and kill them. Which will, you know, do this in a sec. And that'll allow me to unforbid where my dwarves go. To get those gates shut. Now this causes some lag, Jesus. Yeah, but we eat them once they're grown, fattened adults. We don't eat unicorn foals. Okay? Difference there. Okay, I've now unforbidden where my dwarves can go. Sealed off the bottom bridge. Human in the center of the screen. Let's see where this one goes. In before they do actually, like, try and enter the fort. But, like, a bunch of them have already left the map, so I'm convinced that they're just leaving the map. Nope, they're not leaving the map. You can leave the map now? There's like almost none of them. All right, let's stop dumping lava in there then. This is like annoyingly finicky because they're just like kind of everywhere, but also like there isn't very many of them. The siege is still technically running, but some of them have already left the map, which is very odd. So I seem to have messed this up slightly, which means it's wait for this to cool off a bit, but it's fine. Didn't actually dump that much in there. Fortunately, we'll be able to get a couple humans dealt with in here during this. Could just run up to the surface and kill them because there really isn't. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. But I also don't really want my dwarves to see the carnage. And the king has ended a mandate, meaning I may have missed something. Air doing the thing? Air is doing the thing. We'll follow Air. I'm killing another unicorn. They're running away, but you're still under siege? Some of them did. So, sometimes, I guess, because you know how people in Dwarf Fortress can have specific, what's the word? People in Dwarf Fortress can have specific traits, right? One of those traits is they will flee even the most necessary battle in order to avoid conflict. Humans can have that too. And it seems like that just happened. Was just pinged into a call to recommend games for visually impaired people, or into a Twitter thread rather. So essentially, because like they can be scared, away. I think what happened was just one of them got scared away, but usually that can cause it can cause like a cascade effect where they all just run away. But it seems like in this case, only a few of them ran away. Instead of all of them. I kind of was hoping all of them would. Well, I mean, if one person starts running, then pretty quickly what happens is they all just kind of stack up and then they all run away. And I've had, like, entire sieges run away before, and I was kind of assuming that would happen, but it didn't seem like it did. I was kind of hoping that by killing a few extra ones of them, it would just, like, make the siege full, because there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 of them. Like, a third of them have already died. There was about 30, but we'll just drain this, or let it drain itself, and then we'll kill any that walk into here, and then we'll move forward. all the disciplined ones ages ago, they did like a very human thing, and the first few armies they sent were only recruits. Like their first few armies were so crappy, it was ridiculous. There was large numbers, but it was all recruits, right? Now it's just like a few trained soldiers, and that's basically it. Yeah, I was just pinged into a Twitter conversation where someone was asking about games for visually impaired or limited sighted people, and so I just posted links to Anthropogenesis, or however the fuck you pronounce it, which is a audio adventure action game, and then I posted a link to The Veil, which was that audio-based adventure game with beautiful sound design. And also posted a link to Warsim, which is playable with a screen reader. So screen readers are a neat tool, especially because like a lot of like games that run in DOS windows or command line windows are literally playable via screen reader. It's kind of cool. Always been a big fan of that. Wood crutch. Let's check in with Air. Currently bringing Bones over. Small child. How old is Air? You gotta be like a year old. 1 year old, born on the 5th of Limestone in the year 414. Gotcha. And is that it done? Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so see what you grabbed. You grabbed sheep's wool cloth, stray unicorn bone, stray reindeer bull bone, probably from that recent reindeer bull that we just slaughtered, oval pipe opal, cabochons, brass bars, stray unicorn bones, 2 pieces of obsidian, a piece of mica, and a piece of brass. Although the obsidian and the mica might actually be getting moved, so I'm not sure about that. Oh, no, it wouldn't. So, wow. Mica, obsidian, pigtail cloth, unicorn bone, brass, pipe opal cabochons, reindeer bull bone, stray unicorn bull. That's a lot of materials. It's going to be like, it's a ring or a toy boat or something. Curious to see what they end up making. All right, so siege. Lava's going away pretty quick. And then up on the surface, I'm assuming that they're all just clustering. Yeah, they're all kind of just up here. All right, so we're gonna have to just open up the entrance to the thingy again. That's all that we're gonna be able to do. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets again and try and be like Aqua and be broke. Or you could try and be like Diamond and somehow win magically large numbers impossibly against all odds. You know, there was a time where people asked me if I could give tickets to people in exchange for money. Really? What's with this small investment? Diamond, you're being all cautious. And there was somebody once who asked me if I could allow people to pay for them. And I was like, nah, that'll ruin it totally. You know, I'm very happy I didn't do that. Very, very happy. All right, let's open up the way in, which is Batty, enter fort. All 45 tickets. I mean, that's 45 more tickets than anybody with 0. Good luck, Dragon Man, with the all-in. New Odd Realm beta patches out. Ah, Swix, what up, dude? Alright, so lever's been pulled. That side's open, so they'll be able to exit. All in, gang. Good luck with the all-ins. You always go all in? Not for a while. You sometimes go all in. Or you don't always go, but when you do, you all in. Hey, it's a Micah amulet. Ayer, the dwarven child, has created Amish Hadmal, a Micah amulet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Lear's Short Fortresses. Shot Fortresses, not short. Let's see if you really used all of those materials. Also, where the hell are you? It's worth 44,000, and it's called Open Confuse. I guess you open it and it confuses you. Join us. Diamond's already invested, so Diamond can't reinvest. This is a mica amulet. All Dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round mica cabochons and cushion pipe opal cabochons, and studded with brass, and decorated with pigtail, and encircled with bands of reindeer bone and sheep opal. This object menaces with spikes of unicorn bone. On the image is an image of an abaca tree in obsidian. Wow, that's a tough material to carve into an abaca tree. On the item is an image of a gizzard stone in obsidian. On the item is an image of a dwarf in unicorn bone. Imagine if you'd all-inned, Diamond. Imagine. Imagine. But, rip me, I suppose. For not investing. But, not bad. I think that, can add that one to the... one of the upper pedestals. I like how there's just an artifact, the asymmetrical hemp tunic, just like in the water vent. It's like, where is it? Oh, it's in the drainage shaft. That's just kind of funny. Gotta be being hauled somewhere. Quite a good holiday to Norway? Hell yeah. What you do what did you do in Norway? I had a pretty good holiday earlier in the year. I went to Montreal for a week. Although it made me decide that I never want to live in Montreal. It's like I know a bunch of people who like very much romanticize that city over here for some reason, and I'm not fully sure why. I'll say this, I don't get it. After going to Montreal for a bit, I really don't get it. But imagine if I lost an all-win. That is a bigger risk. This is like you saying, I only invest in stocks because I'm already wealthy. While everybody else is trying to invest in stocks. Rich get richer. Taking part in the worst kind of politics. But I don't know. I'm also one of those people, whenever I take a holiday, I always feel like I need a vacation from the holiday. I think for me, it's like holidays need to be a very specific length, and if they're longer than like 6 days, it's too long. I think part of the reason for that is like I get like I sort of get separation anxiety after a while from my job, which sucks. Heyo, heyo, Krabicus, what up, man? How thing? You okay? You good? You hanging in? You uppity? 6 days is too short. I was including the day on either end around the 6 days I spent. It was a total of 7 days. Or no, it was 8 days total. Or maybe 7.5. 7.5, I would say. And that was too long. Like my I think ideal is to, I think I'm currently in my ideal, which is maybe kind of a shitty braggy thing to say, but like my ideal is don't ever take long vacations, but just don't work very much. And I do work a lot. I work like 40 to 50 hours a week. I just do it in 3 days. 3.5 days, really. It's like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, I work a lot. Fridays, I work a little bit. Saturdays, I work a little bit. Sundays, I barely work. Mondays, I work a little bit. And then small amounts, but small amounts, but consistent. Yeah, or like factored into a bunch of specific days. And then I have basically 4 days that I can pretty much contort into whatever I want to do. I can either work if I want to work, if I feel like working, or I can go camping. But I've never, like, the longest vacation I've ever taken in my entire life was 11 days. And by day 8, I was, like, practically nuts. There's only one more bit of lava that needs to melt, or 2 more bits of lava that needs to finish cooling off before these guys can go rejoin with their friends. They should start pathing out pretty quick. Hello, Irish Stupid. How are you? Thanks for the 25 cents. Why always 25? You know, if you upped it to 69, it would be Quagmire saying giggity, right? Like, if you upped it a little bit, you could have a lot more fun with those. Whereas 25 doesn't do anything. You work too much and broke multiple times? Yeah, it's just... I think the problem is a lot of people work extremely large amounts. And I did for years. A very, very, very long time I did. And the result is you just kind of snap and you need, like, complete brain resetage. I can't remember the last time I've actually needed like a full brain reset. You have a thing for the number 25? Oh, should I just make it say stupid? Stupid! Or something, whenever you do that. I gotta be honest, I still feel bad calling you stupid. It's like, you did this to yourself. I didn't name you that. You named you that. But I still feel bad calling you stupid. Because you're not stupid. You're IR stupid. No, we could also just open up the bottom and they'll just get caught in cage traps. So let's do that as well. All right, so we're going to pull that lever. Lock the doors back into the celebrate zone. Just going to open this drawbridge down here. And allow these to out, theoretically. Although they'll just go get caught in cage traps. Fine, feel bad for calling you stupid. I mean, yeah, it's just like if someone had the name like I'm an ass. It's like, are you really? I don't know. Okay, donkey. Tyga was near a seat. Must have been a very fine seat. So that's now open. We just need this lava to solidify, and then they'll just run through and get caught in those cage traps. Or that lava to cool off, and then they'll leave. It's just like I used to know this guy who I'd play first-person shooters with. And his username was always Pimpstick. And there was just something about it where he would just like intentionally make people uncomfortable. So like he was a cool guy, but like he'd sit in the Discord call and he had a very deep voice. And it'd be like, "Hey, Pimpstick," and he goes, "Yeah." And everybody would be like, "Oh god." I can't even do it because I can't make my voice go deep enough, but like He sounded like a chain-smoking baritone. Like he had like this, like the deepest possible voice, like almost comically deep, like to the point where it's like, you using a voice changer there, man? Like his voice was like questionably deep. All right, so they've turned around, which is what we want. They're starting to work their way out because they have a clean line through, which means these guys up here should be working their way in, I would think. That or they're just leaving. I don't know where they're going. They are certainly going somewhere. I mean, these guys are walking. You missed those days? I mean, this was like past the days of like Call of Duty. We just had like or Xbox Live, I guess, getting bad, but we just had a Ventrilo server and we were just specific about who we let in and we'd ban people who were assholes. There was maybe 15 or 20 of us that would frequent this server. Like, some of us were in the same clan in the game. Some of us weren't. It had a password and a server IP, and we'd invite people in that we knew that were cool, and we'd play games. It was good times. It's like, you can still have that. I mean, I'll bet you if you were just like, or like when I was like briefly obsessed with Halo Infinite when that first launched, because that first week Halo Infinite was out, it was great. And it was great because it was just like nobody knew how to play Halo. So the best time to play Halo is when you're playing Halo with a bunch of people who have no fucking idea how to play Halo. That's the best time to play Halo because you'll just be like, all right, I know how to get the guns. I know where stuff is. I know how to drive a Warthog. And then everybody else is like, I just have a battle rifle. And then you're like, pop, gotcha. I have a rocket launcher. Get fucked. And that's good times because it's like spawn killing noobs. And so I was really good at Halo for like 3 days. And then everybody else figured out how to play Halo, and then I got bad at Halo again. So I don't really play Halo Infinite much anymore. But those like that like first 2 weeks, like we had like Hobo, we had Audio, we had a bunch of people from the Discord just like all hanging out in Discord chat. It was great times. So let's see. Are they going to go tell them where the entrance is and then go back in? Or what are they going to do? You wish you had videos of Hot Pocket. That's a good username. This sniper that you played with back in the day of the defeat, back in the day. You'd hear a sniper shot ring out, and then you'd see the kill notification pop up on a voice button. And then pop on voice chat like commercial, go Hot Pocket. Yeah, good times. Wait, would they like shout on, would they just shout their username on voice chat? Or is this like, other people would say it? They're fighting with buzzards? Oh, that's funny. The humans up here are fighting with the buzzards. They're getting dive bombed. Meanwhile, my dwarves are just in the tavern reading books and praying. It's a good time. You've not played much Halo? I wouldn't recommend playing Halo Infinite now. Halo Infinite was really good for about a few weeks, and then the Halo Infinite community turned into the Halo Infinite community. That being said, if you ever turn on global voice chat... Okay, so Halo Infinite has global voice chat in-game, right? And it has crossplay with Xbox and PC. I turned on voice chat on the first day that I played it. And the literal first thing I heard was, in a pretty deep voice, so I can't do it properly, but, hey kids, you ever seen a man's penis? I was like, right. Don't do that, turn that off. Go back to, just not listening to that. Although I'm pretty sure he was quoting Airplane. Ever seen a big man naked? But yeah, no, it's just, all right, shut that up. Go back to playing games. These humans are just shooting down the buzzards. Maybe they'll go fight me after. Speaking of, I actually got this random nostalgia hit recently. As I was cycling through random games. The internet sucks sometimes. The internet sucks a lot of the time. I was going through random Steam games, and apparently... So, Combat Arms has been on Steam for a while, right? but it's like the new combat arms. Apparently they put Combat Arms Classic up on Steam. I played the shit out of this when I was like 11. This was my Call of Duty when I was a little kid. Very bad video game, but that was my Call of Duty when I was a little kid. And you know, I was listening to a discussion about like loot boxes and gambling for a while, and it made me think about the one game that I remember playing back in those days that had loot boxes in it, and it was Crossfire was the one game that I played that had like a bunch of loot boxes in it. And the kind of interesting thing that I was thinking about with that was, you know how like Diablo Immortal and all these modern loot box based games are all just like, you pay money to have a fraction of a chance to get a thing? The loot boxes in that game were literally, you buy the loot box, you spin the thing, you get one weapon, and then a bunch of consumables, right? But for every loot box you buy, you get a token, guaranteed. And the token goes into the token shop. And you could save those tokens to get the rare drops, guaranteed. So it was like, if you spun, I think it was like 150 and had 150 tokens, you could buy a gold variant of a gun, which realistically was like about 80 to 100 bucks. And I'm thinking that I'm just sitting there, I'm like, man, I remember thinking that was egregious when I was younger and like refusing to buy those, and thinking about them now, like in today's context, and going, damn, that's like fucking child's play compared to what we have now. Man. That was like perfectly reasonable for like a fully grown adult with like a full-time job to just, you know, buy a couple of those a month and end up with everything, which most of the really hardcore player base did. Like you'd go into like a random match with that and everybody would have like gold variants of their guns or like the weird limited edition dragon variants and shit. And like they'd have like limited runs where like they'd put out specific weapons that were only available for like 2 weeks, and you had to have the right number of like tokens to be able to get them, but like only a very small percentage of the community would actually go for that stuff. And like the fancy guns like had slightly better recoil and shit, but like they weren't actually that much better. If you weren't very good at the game, This buzzard is stealing my sheep cheese. $100 in Fortnite for one skin. You know, oh wait. You spent $100 to get one skin for Smite. I would say not worth it. And the reason I would say not worth it is because I'm not a big fan of the studio that makes that video game. Was it the Slipknot skin? Euthris? How's things, man? What you been up to? Gundams? Oh, okay. Fair enough. I get it. That makes sense. Yeah, true. They were supplementing my defenses. True. That or the humans were defending my cheese. Most of the humans are still hanging around back here. How many are down here? So $100 of skins and you got Thor for free on top. I mean, of course Thor is on top, but 1, 2, speed 3, 4. It's got lightning bolts. You really had to hammer out Thor, didn't you? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I have addictive tendencies, so those games are really bad for me. Anything with loot boxes is really bad. Hated them most of my life. Thor is probably the one hammering. True. Yeah, I hammered out a lot of different options, frankly. Yeah, so I just need that little cluster of humans to be in there. Fortunately, we got plenty of cages left. Nobody's made it through, so To wait for that little cluster to get in here, and then we can dump the lava again. Also, hey, Socks. You know, Euthris, every now and again we get dwarves will dedicate an artifact to your dwarf from like 2 years ago. Every now and again it'll be like, dedicated to the family ancestor Euthris. Gear smacked. Every so often. It still happens. One of the original Longdeath dwarves. Come on, you slow as pokes. Get down in there. There are dwarves in this game? Allegedly. Allegedly. You really just need the 5 of you to get down and in there. They've actually started writing books again, too. We've gotten a couple new books in the fortress recently, like Construction Without the Pulley. New stream schedule seems to be going well for me? Yes and no. There are good days and bad days. Yesterday was terrible, but there are good days and bad days. Well, it almost depends on me as much as other things. Okay, just those 3 blue guys to get in here. Come on. Come on. There you go, you slowpokes. Now let's slam these doors shut. I personally really like this schedule, but it has its detractors. I don't like being money pushy, and I kind of have to be money pushy at times because I only stream 3 days a week. But, you know, is what it is. Oh, no, they all turned around. God damn it. Oh, hey, the siege actually ended. That's why. Got him. You ain't leaving. Honestly, I advise to the vast majority of people who stream to stream as a hobby. I do this as a living, but I only barely get by, and most people's cost of living is way higher than mine. Like, I tell people all the time, if I owned a car, I'd be bankrupt right now. That's my profit margin, is what most people pay in insurance. All right, and now we can burn the rest of them. Siege is over, but they ain't getting out. Those 3 blue axe humans did make it, though. So shoutouts to them. F's for the rest of them. Means now I can allow my dwarves to run around. You know, frankly, I would say that those 3, they must be some sort of command, because they noticed that this was not a good place to go forward into. Just like lava all over the ground and weird vents on the walls. Yeah, no. that's a place you don't stand around in. Definitely a place you shouldn't stand around in, because that's where you go to die. It is in fact where you go to die. It's warm and welcoming and we'll give you hugs, this is true. But also, we'll build you a home if you live in the middle of the ocean. See examples, Iceland and Hawaii. Construction Without the Pulley sounds like something a survival YouTuber would publish. How about A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, which is also a book in this fortress. Which is why I have a role called Wizard in this fortress, because I've had several dwarves that have written books titled A Wizard's Guide to Insert Thing, and I refer to those dwarves as wizards. Need to make 3 picks. And, we'll cancel the melt job for a little bit. Make 100 rock crafts. Let's just queue those up. And unsuspend these. Work on clearing some of these boulders for a little bit. Dwarven clothing is good. Need to worry about that. Kind of annoying thing about when these humans are attacked, though, is that's when the dwarves usually come to trade, so I don't get traders this time. Okay, so the last invader on the map is in the lava center, which means I can just pull this lever and let the dwarves out. Means I won't miss half the traders next time. You know, maybe this is just me, but never been one for free hugs. I feel like the only time I ever see free hug signs is at video games conventions. It's a really good way to get sick. Used to always joke, it's like, the guy with the free hug sign. Ah, yes, the free Paxpox. How to get Paxpox? Hug that guy. And now in the current era, it's like even more of a, yeah, no, I'm good. Hard pass, thanks. It just like keeps getting worse. It's just like it went from free hugs to like I'm completely good kind of thing. What are hugs? My mom hugged me in the last couple months. Free eye contact. Yeah, eye contact that you won't get sued for. An awkward embrace and exchange of germs. I don't know if I know the person. I actually can't remember the last time I had an awkward hug. I'm just not somebody who hugs people. So when people are just like, "Let's hug," I'm like, "Nah, I'm good." Also, this might seem a little random for me, but this game looks fucking rad. This thing looks fucking rad. I mean, just first off, super fast cars go fast, right? But also has super detailed level editor. I've seen GIFs on this thing on Twitter for like the last 6 months. I might have to buy this for me. This might be a me game. For a while I've been going, you know, I really don't like Rocket League, but what if Rocket League was a racing game? And that's kind of what this thing looks like, so I'm in. There's a link if you want to see it. Tron meets Rocket League meets Trackmania. Not so. I mean, in order for it to meet Trackmania, there needs to be weird like tracks in the sky that make no sense, and also 500,000 cars on the track. So I don't know if I'd necessarily meets Trackmania, but I think Recreation is more like Weird Thing meets Trackmania. That game that was announced recently, which I think is like sort of in the Wreckfest IP. This thing. This is by the people who made Burnout, which is, or who, people who founded Three Fields made Burnout. This looks kind of rad. This is a Trackmania style thing to me. Because it's like just giant tracks in the sky for no fucking reason. Also, you can build your own tracks. I might need to play that. You don't think there's a single game you're excited for? You should be excited for Dwarf Fortress, sir. Come on. Get your head in gear. People who made Burnout? Yeah, right? I wasn't super interested in Recreation until I saw that it was the people who made Burnout, and then I was like, all right, I'm interested. I mean, I'm back in. Time is relative. Dude, it'll be out in the next 3 to 4 months. And I'm not just saying that because I've been saying it'll be out in the next year for the past few years. It will be out this year. I'm literally going to PAX in less than 2 weeks to play it. So yeah, it'll be out this year. Or rather, watch somebody else play it. But that looks like one Rad Racer. It threw me off because I read that as Red Racer, and it's like, Red Racer, that's a beer brand. No date there. That's next year early, I think. I happen to know the community manager for that game. He was on my podcast once. I may have just requested a key for Neodash in the background, by the way. I don't know. To me, Neodash specifically just looks like Distance, which was a game that I liked. But unfortunately, the multiplayer is kind of dead. The Rad Racer music always makes you think of the Japanese cartoons Strong Bad Email, where they use the... Okay, hold on a second. What's Rad Racer? Is Rad Racer a video game? I've never heard of this. It's an NES game? Huh. Never heard of it. You still have to do that? Why do you always feel the need to do that? Why don't you just be like, pretend that I'm FG and just say happy birthday? That would actually be nice. Instead of just reminding me that Monday exists every single time you tune into my goddamn stream, Arrow. But hi, how are you? I'm Googling Rad Racer now. Made by Squaresoft? Yeah, this looks like an NES racing game. I don't believe I've ever seen this before. Yeah, I'm not much of a NES person. My video game knowledge is like old computers and then like Game Boy and like Super Nintendo forward. I know like nothing about the NES outside of information that people have told me. It's like I've played Duck Hunt and Mario Brothers. That's the extent of like, Duck Hunt and Mario Brothers. Yeah, that's about it. All my friends said Genesises. Genesises? Sega Genesis. Genocide? Fuck. The only NES racer that isn't Mario Kart that you can recall was Rock and Roll Racing from Blizzard. I played that on an emulator a couple of years ago. One of 3 games of the NWC kart. Oh, really? Huh. One of 3 games in the Nintendo World Champions. Oh, actually, Euthyrus, have you played Farthest Frontier? I think you'd enjoy that. I've been enjoying it. I've got like 15 hours on it. God, no. Not a fan. You got your 3rd degree burn in the hospital. I had an NES in the kids' room. Ooh, with Rad Racer. Okay, fair enough. It's a lesser banished. Holy fuck, your brain needs to be rewired. When was the last time you played Banished? Because Banished sucks. There's nothing to do in Banished. You run out of shit to do in about 2 hours in Banished. Unless you mod the shit out of it. And even then, you still run out of shit to do in like 4 hours in Banished. No, it's not. Rethink yourself. Play a better game. Good lord, I'm so sorry that you think that Banished is a good game. Make a mod pack? No. I have like 50 hours in Banished, and that game is awful. I played it because it was the only game that was available. Every other game that's like inspired by Banished is better than Banished since Banished. And yes, I played the Mega Mod Pack. It's got a very complex trading economy, for one thing. It's got combat. It's got, which I don't actually like that much, to be fair. It's got defenses. It's got a very interesting farming system with really in-depth farming mechanics, including tilling soil, weeds, rockiness, and soil density, and clay to sand mixture. It's got fertilizing. It's got multiple eras that you move through. Every building can be upgraded. But, you know, combat. Now I'm just like fucking doing bits from a podcast that me and Armor listen to. Big news. Blizzard releases a classic edition with Rock and Roll Racing and about Blackthorn of Las Vegas and some other games. Yeah, I remember that. I have this thing against Banished where I just fall asleep whenever I play it. But, I mean, I don't know. If you don't want to play it, I won't try and convince you to. I'm not here to sell you video games. I was just asking if you had played it. Except for Dwarf Fortress. You should buy Dwarf Fortress as soon as that comes out. I was on Amiga, 2 floppies. I don't think I've ever even seen footage of Lost Vikings. It's not that I don't have interest in it. It's just I don't believe I've ever actually encountered it in the wild. You know, I've got my team's streams up on the side, right? My teammate Jess has been playing Cult of the Lamb all day, but I think she's spent the entirety of it in the dice minigame in Cult of the Lamb. Someone should tell her that Dicey Dungeon exists. Because she'd probably like that a lot. That or Slice and Dice. That Classics collection is free? Is it really? I mean, I have no interest in playing any of those games, so I don't need to download it. I'm good. Also, I think that you and me, Euthris, have disagreed on Banished in the past. You're one of those crazy people who thinks that that game's good. I have zero desire to see a single thing that you've ever done in Banished. I've watched a lot of your YouTube videos of Banished, and I have them up on like that screen. I'm just staring at it, like, what the fuck's he doing? Why is he still playing this stupid fucking video game? There's so many better video games out there. Endzone's better. Farthest Frontier's better, and it just released into early access. I don't know. I played Banished when it was the big thing, and it's fucking burned into my memories. So, it's just not for me. It's a game for you. You keep playing the game that you like. That's fine. Modded Banished is just more Banished. It doesn't actually make the game more mechanically interesting. Which doesn't make Banished better. But, you know. On the topic of video games that I'm excited about, though, I'm excited for this, and it comes out tomorrow. So hopefully they send me a key by tomorrow. 'Cause I want to be cursed to golf, damn it. Although I hope my save file carries over from the tutorial, because that tutorial was long. The game has like a 25-minute tutorial on how to play 2D golf. I mean, I never got into Stonehearth. Stonehearth was one of those where, like, I don't like this art style. I'll wait until it hit 1.0, and then it hit 1.0, and everybody was like, bah, it's not finished. And I was like, okay, I'll just pass. And then Timber and Stone, I think, just ran out of money, right? Can't remember what happened with Timber and Stone. Not the game I was thinking it was. I totally forgot this game existed. Wow. Didn't sell enough? I mean, their screenshots were ugly as sin, so. Although, I think that we can all agree, everybody here can agree, that Dwarf Corp is terrible. Anybody remember this? Anybody remember this video game? Some of the worst screenshots I've seen on Steam that haven't been updated once. Anybody remember this one? Oh, that was a video game. Allegedly. Never seen it? Good, don't. Save yourself the pain. Here's a link. Does not look familiar? Good. I'm pretty sure every single copy that game sold was because of Splattercat's video. Looks like Minecraft, but with the flat sprites of dwarves. Pretty much. Don't buy that armor. Don't do it. Don't do it. You'll regret it. What was that other one? Shit. This is another game that like just kind of came out, and I wonder if it's gotten an update. They updated it yesterday. Damn. Good for this dev. This is the other like what city builder that kind of came out. The weird thing about this game is the developer is like on record stating, I have no idea what I'm doing. I've never made a video game before. I built an engine, I think, and it sort of works. Please tell me what to put in it. Which, good luck. Which one did you get yesterday? Oh, Farthest Frontier, I'm assuming? Was the one you got yesterday? Was that was one of, or no, you got Jupiter Hell yesterday. Duh, I knew that. My brain's not like dripping out of my ear or anything. Thinking is hard, okay? I should stop taking melatonin. It gives me like short-term memory loss. I fucking hate that shit. You know, Jupiter Hell's great. Love that game. I absolutely love that game. You're very tempted by Jupiter Hell? It's the deepest sale it's ever going to have. 30% off. It's honest, so it's more reliable. What, that the dev doesn't have any idea what he's doing? I mean, yeah, I guess, but like if you're gonna buy a big city builder right now, the one to buy is Songs of Six. Which I keep saying I'm going to stream more of. And then he, like, posts, like, a preview of what the next patch is going to be. And then I'm always like, I'll wait for the next update. And then, like, it goes into the main branch. I'm like, I'll get around to that. And then, like, a month goes by and he posts a preview. I'm like, God damn it, stop it. I want to play your game. But I haven't gotten around to it in a while. Except for Kiri, who hates it. Well, like, one person I know left it a negative review. Arch something with a pink level. Yep. In a big pit. Oh, so you died in the Callisto what's the name of it? Fuck. Callisto Anomaly. Pretty sure. Arch Reavers. They shoot acid. Melts your armor like that. Callisto Anomaly. That would be. You might be lazy again and order takeout. Order me some takeout too. I'll take chicken. There's a Korean chicken place that's close by. They're good. 2 actually. Almost done with the majority of that stuff. How's the lava doing? Perfect. Okay. But yeah, no, realistically, like, there isn't that many games that I'm excited about. There's, like, few small games that I'm always excited about where it's like, okay, there's this small game that's coming out soon that I'll play. There's this small game that's coming out soon that I'll play. There's this small game coming out soon that I'll play, but, like, it's very rare. You have an African-American chicken place? Ooh. I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt that would be great. There goes the drainage. Yeah, acid armor melting. Yep, that'll do it. That was one of the first major events that was added or in the game. It was in the very earliest version of that game. Yeah, we have a Korean fried chicken chain, which is like $14 for a half bucket and about $25 for a full bucket. And then there's the privately owned one, which is slightly better, but it's about $20 for a half bucket and about $35 for a full bucket. Yeah, I mean, they have not spicy, mild, medium, hot, and volcano. Which is just where they take the bucket of hot sauce and go poof. Pretty much. I like the medium. Not a big fan of the volcano. It's a bit too gooey for me. I shall name you the reason of spiraling. I'm very satisfied. Got into an argument with Kivish. That was exhilarating. You like arguing? Huh. This is an interesting dwarf. Likes fighting. Oh, is remembering making an artifact. Ah, that's why they're talking about I shall name you this thing, because they're remembering making their artifact. I was exhilarated after an argument. What a dwarf. Like, I had an argument. This gives me good feelings. It's like those people who like debating. It's like, what's wrong with you? This dwarf's gonna go attend a meeting. I kind of love that Kavish is married to Kavish. Because dwarven names are non-gender specific. So I have two dwarves with the same name married to each other. Miss Izil's in Seattle? Never been there. Never been. You feel better after screaming at somebody that was in charge? Is in awe after a completely sublime table. Feels pleasure near a fine seat. Was satisfied on crying on somebody in charge. Hey, Mr. Mac. Easier to pay the bills that way? Yeah. That has to happen. It's just not as common outside of same-sex couples in places with gendered specific names. Although I did know a brother and sister growing up named Skylar and Tyler. I'm convinced that their parents just hated them, but initially I thought that they were twins because they were both blonde and looked very similar, but they weren't. They were just a year apart. Bought a house from a couple that were George and Georgia. Oh no. They should move to Georgia. That'd be amazing. It's like a YouTuber I really like, Super Bunny Hop, used to have a podcast for a while until NFTs broke them up. Not even joking. One half of the, or 1/3 of that podcast actually is the guy making Curse to Golf. But anyway, with Too High Labs. But his name is Super Bunny Hop's real name is George. And he ordered a bidet before bidets were like popular in North America, before they were like a well-known, widely available thing with a lot of startups making them. And he ordered it from a guy in Georgia, the country, Georgia. And he lives in the state of Georgia. So he lives in the state, Georgia, named George, ordered a bidet from the country, Georgia. And the guy who he had to phone to order this from in like 2010 or whatever thought it was the funniest fucking thing he'd ever encountered. George from Georgia is ordering a bidet from Georgia. He just says that the address was the funniest thing he's ever seen because it was like, George, shipped from Georgia, shipping to George in Georgia. That's totally not confusing. It's like if anything is gonna fuck up the postal service, it's that. But it didn't. It's George all the way down, which is even funnier because like there's a new building that just finished construction here called Georgetown, and I was looking at that the other day and thinking about that George ordering a bidet from Georgia to Georgia. Anyway, I was thinking about that and I was like, that's the one way that could have been worse. His 5 sons are George Jr., George III, George V, George V, and George Ivy, and little Joey. It is not... That's just... See, this... Okay. Aqua, after reading that sentence, this is why legal name changes exist. Like... That right there is why name changes exist. That and Elon Musk. Investments are open. You want to invest your tickets. That's just, yes, that right there. That is why legal name changes exist. When your parents hate you, did you know that Tesla vehicles do not have a new car smell? They have an Elon Musk. Oh. Oof. I like it. I do appreciate that one though. That's pretty good. That joke smells funny. That joke has a natural musk. Actually, more of an unnatural musk, but. See how that lava drain is going? Zoom. Getting there. Getting there. Have a good day at work. Don't work too hard. Oh, actually, Euthyrus, the one thing I will say about Manor Lords, the one thing that has me really nervous about Manor Lords, there isn't a lot of like footage of gameplay. The screenshots look pretty, but every time I see a screenshot of gameplay, I go, this looks really samey versus what I've seen before. But hopefully it's as good as the screenshots. And if there is gameplay out there, I haven't seen it. Speaking of Musk, is it normal for dwarves to have random tavern fights out of nowhere, or am I missing something? Yeah, I mean, dwarves that are in a constant state of internal rage can brawl under the influence, or if they really want to train. Those dwarves that keep getting into bar fights, you should put them in the military and just let them train all day, because then they'll get that need out. Yeah, I'm just worried that game's going to be all shine and no show, you know? But, yeah, no, that is normal. Some dwarves can absolutely have that personality trait. If they tend to brawl, if they like to brawl and they're constantly angry, and then they drink a bunch and they're hanging around dancing, they might just start punching the bard. That's not too unnormal. But if they have little red flashing down arrows, that means that they're depressed and you have to sort out their moods. It means they probably want something. You have a pike dwarf that was visiting and stabbed half your fort? Yeah, just fucking kill him. Stab him to death. What an ass. I once had a bard show up in Tantrum and try to kill my mayor, which was kind of funny. My dwarf stomped him to death, though. It was fine. The little problem was he stabbed your whole medical team first, so you had to rush peasants to be a doctor for a bit. I have a question. You have a designated medical team in Dwarford? That is like more specific designations than I think I've ever had in a fort, just ever. Like, that's impressive. That's kind of awesome, actually. Something that I really like to do in forts, generally, is I'll have like one or two pretty specific, you're my doctor dwarf, right? And then I will make a what's the word I'm looking for here? Then I will just make a anybody can enter doctor guild, and they will teach stitches. They will teach bone setting. They will teach surgery. They will teach everything related to medical, and just have that as my only guild for like the first era. And then like the first 30 or 40 dwarves that I have always just end up with really good doctoring skills. 4 or 5 at all times. I mean, I just make sure that every single dwarf in my entire fort has some doctoring skills. I don't specifically have dwarves that do doctoring. I just make sure that everybody has some doctoring skills. And then just make sure that I have a fully stocked guild. Or a fully stocked hospital. I mean, my hospital is my doctor's guild. The only problem is sometimes the doctors get distracted and go socialize instead of doing surgery. But see, this is the healing doctrine, and it's also my hospital. So the healing doctrine, yeah, it's a grand guild hall for doctors, but it's citizens and long-term residents only. So any of my citizens and long-term residents can go there, and there's a dwarf in there right now. But when like my best doctors are my chief doctor or whatever they're called, the chief medical dwarf. Yeah, chief medical dwarf. Chief medical dwarf will go in there and just like teach how to do stitches. Yeah, see, that's useful too. But like, for me, I think the two most important like guild halls that you'll almost never get because dwarves demand them are doctors guild halls and hunting guild halls. The reason hunting guild halls are so important is because hunting guild halls teach ambushing, tracking, and what's the other one? Ambushing, tracking, and then I think just like shooting stuff with a bow and arrow or crossbows. But ambushing and tracking, those are the two most important skills when attacking other settlements. So if you're going after goblins or humans or elves or other dwarves or whatever, it teaches them ambushing, so you will outmatch the enemy with a tactical plan better. Ambushing and tactics, that's the other one that it teaches them that I was forgetting. So tactics, ambushing, and crossbows. Like, tactician, that's what I was thinking of. Extremely important for attacking things. So for me, like, the two most important guild halls to just build until the dwarves demand them are, like, I mean, yeah, sure, metalsmithing is great and useful and all, but the difference between, like, a decent quality sword and a masterworks sword is kind of negligible. But, like, having a surgery guild and an ambush and a guild that teaches ambushing and tactician is extremely good. You have not started sending out squads yet? You should do that. It's fun. I talked to my spouse. Such tenderness I feel. Feel tender. And then make baby. Stupid dwarf. We need 3 picks. Speaking of picks. Getting there. Getting, actually, hold up. Let's just mark all of this. Name all of this. Gonna make that guild stat. Yeah, and if you make it super nice and valuable and put food and alcohol in it, just make sure that you hit the L button and go to the location of the guild and set it to either all visitors welcome or citizens and long-term residents only by hitting R. Otherwise, only guild members will be able to join, which means only dwarves that are designated as doctors, like that are purple because they have the doctoring skill high enough that they are labeled as a doctor visually, can actually go in there. So just make sure you make it public. Otherwise, they won't be able to go in there. Sends 100 units every month. Do you remember in my other fort when that one faction sent 600 goblins, trolls, and beak dogs? God damn. Been live for 3.5 hours. I need to take a leak. I'll be back in a second. All right. I increased the cap. In that particular fort, I increased the beast and monsters cap by 100 and the soldier cap by 100, so they can send up to 300 soldiers and 300 beasts. Normally it's 200. Normally it's 150. So it's normally it's a 200 soldiers and up to 100 beasts. But I increased that number for funsies. It's 200. It's up to 200 soldiers and up to 100 beasts by default. You know, I'm just gonna say this out loud. There's a streamer I really like watching, but recently they've taken on a sponsorship from a casino. They've been streaming fucking slots and blackjack all day, and it makes me really sad because I kind of hate that shit. It makes me feel genuinely icky that, like, that shit's allowed on Twitch. Well, it's not RIP community. I mean, like, their community is down for it, but it's like, there are definitely, like, 1 in 10 people that are like, really? Fuck. Like, blackjack's fine, but slots? Come on. Come on. Exactly. It's like, you remember, like, some of you might remember that one person that was just like, streamer is normalizing the use of illegal drugs. I was like, dude, weed's legal in Canada. Fuck off. But, like, I talk about smoking weed pretty frequently. And every now and again, I'll have people going at me like, dude's promoting drug addictions. Blah. I'm just like, come on. Like, number 1, no, I'm not. Number 2, shut up. Number 3, no, I'm not. No feet, but sponsored gambling streams are okay. Yeah, pretty much, right? The issue that I have with gambling streams isn't that gambling streams exist. The issue that I have with gambling streams is that the minimum age to be on Twitch is 14. If Twitch had better age gating, I'd be totally fine with it. It's like, if you have to be 18, if you could like flip a switch where the age in the back end of your account needs to be at least lying about your age to be 18, I'd be totally fine with it. But yeah, I don't know. It just, it kind of, it burns me a little bit when I see that shit. Because really all it is at the end of the day is just, I'm going to put money ahead of the well-being of my audience. But then again, I almost feel the same way about like, wow, this dwarf really hates getting into arguments. I almost feel the same way about a lot of gacha games. His nose is gone? The fuck happened to your nose? This dwarf is Voldemort. Interesting. Let's get my main squad training. Because that's the one thing that makes that dwarf happy. It's training. Bitten off by a dingo? I think one of the few, like, fights we've had. Because that dwarf's never, like, tantrumed or anything. It must have been one of the few sieges that we got. Okay, let's just open the gates up on this. F knows indeed, yep. Can confirm. F knows nothing about you. Yes and no. A tavern keeper makes sure that dwarves... So a tavern keeper brings drinks to dwarves that are socializing, right? If you don't have a tavern keeper, the dwarf needs to stop socializing, walk to the place where the mugs or cups or goblets are kept, pick up the mug or the goblet or cup, take it to where the drinks are stored, fill it up, and then drink it, and then walk back to a tavern. If you have a tavern keeper, they go and get drink, bring it to dwarf, and give it to dwarf, and then they drink it. And they don't have to stop or cancel the job of socializing, so it is more efficient. But if you have humans in your fort, this doesn't happen with dwarves so much anymore because like Tarn tweaked the habits of dwarves, so it doesn't happen so much. But if you have a human on in your fort, and they're visiting your tavern, and you don't have guest beds, and the human falls asleep on the floor in the tavern, so you can make beds, right, and tie them to a location by doing this, saying make bedroom. And then L assign location, and then say assigning it to the simple dinner so it becomes a guest bed. If you have dwarves assigned or beds assigned to to your tavern, they can go sleep in them. But if you don't have that and the human falls asleep on the floor, dwarf tavern keeper will be like, oh, person in tavern, they need a drink. Pours drink on their head, goes back, fills up other drink, pours drink on their head, goes back, fills up drink, pours drink on their head. Because that's actually how the game processes it. They don't physically hand them the mug. They pour the drink into their mouth and then hand the dwarf the mug, and then the dwarf does what they want with the mug, right? So the mug empties the second that transaction of handing the drink over happens. But the problem is Dwarf Fortress tracks alcohol poisoning. So if you have a human asleep in your fortress, they have a much lower alcohol poisoning threshold than a dwarf. Like, you'd need to dump a lot of mugs on a dwarf sleeping on your tavern's head. So a dwarf could die theoretically of alcohol poisoning, but it's unlikely. However, if you have a human or an elf in your fort that can subsist off of water just fine, that doesn't necessarily need alcohol, let's just say alcohol poisoning can be a problem. But just make sure you have guest bedrooms is generally not an issue. So you need a separate dining room and tavern? No, you need a tavern and guest bedrooms. Well, I mean, cats don't get handed alcohol because cats aren't guests. I mean, they're guests, but they don't drink alcohol. So the cats issue hasn't been an issue since 2016. And it was only an issue for about 2 weeks. It's just a funny bug that people like to bring up. But humans can die of alcohol poisoning because dwarves will drown them. It's infrequent, but I do see it happen every so often. So, yes, it is good to have a tavern keeper. Death by over hospitality. Exactly. Oh, guy's asleep. Must need a beer. I mean, come on. They're just trying to help. They're not doing it maliciously. It's accidental murder. How many beds is ideal? How many visitors do you have? I can't answer that question for you. Do you have 1 or 2 visitors? 5 beds. Do you have 50 visitors? You might want to make 100 beds. Make a big old room. No, goblins need to drink. Goblins need to drink water, and so do elves. They both do. Invading units of any species don't eat or drink. But goblins do, in fact, need to drink. They just don't need to drink alcohol. Same with elves. Whereas dwarves can only drink alcohol. So dwarves are actually the inferior race by that logic. Because of their dependency on alcohol. He's just a bunch of addicts. That don't drink or eat for 50 years? Someone's a vampire. But no, I mean, like, goblins need to eat and drink in Fortress mode. Unless they're a visitor, in which case then you won't see the down flashing arrows, but they'll be eating. Unless you're playing in an older version of the game, because in the current game, they do in fact eat and drink. They also get happy thoughts from inebriation. Otherwise, you got something weird going on. They also starve to death and need to drink in adventure mode. Unless I'm, like, completely wrong, but I don't think so. I mean, I literally have a goblin in my other fort that routinely goes into the tavern and drinks. Goblins are, so I'm looking at the wiki. Goblins are immortal beings and dying only to violence and disease. For spoiler reasons, they never need to eat or drink despite being carnivorous. That's weird. But okay, apparently you're right. But they do eat and drink. Maybe they just do it for pleasure. I don't know. It says they never need to, but I've literally, like, watched them do it. So, maybe there's a difference between need and doesn't. Nope. I don't mod Dwarf Fortress generally, unless I'm playing complete and total overhaul mods. And has bad thoughts of don't drink because they never have thirst? No. They just drink. They literally just walk over to the fucking thing and drink. Maybe it's some weird, like, culture bug. Because I know they used to not do that. I used to always have, like, I always go out of my way to have goblins in my forts. Same with elves. I just like having a mixed variety in my forts. With the exception of this one, this is like the only fort that I don't have a variety of different creatures in there. But, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, I play entirely vanilla. I play more vanilla than most people because I don't even use DF Hack or Therapist. Unless you count the tile set, not vanilla, in which case, then I just do this. Now I'm entirely vanilla. It's even the rectangle tile set. There you go. ASCII. Although I'm not actually that big of a fan of rectangle ASCII. I think it's hard to look at. I do quite like the square ASCII, though. Your eyes? Well, good thing you have 2 that work. I only have 1.5. Oh, 1.25. And the one that works doesn't work. So, quit complaining. You know, I'm actually kind of planning, once Premium comes out, because there will be a toggle to just turn on ASCII, I'm planning to just have, like, either a channel points reward or a donation amount. I haven't decided yet. Maybe both. To just make me play ASCII for 10 minutes. Just to torture people like you. ASCII's beautiful, damn it. Quit complaining. Fix your settings. Easy enough to look at. I mean, the tile set's a lot simpler to look at. But, I mean, I could do that right now. I'll absolutely play this game in ASCII. I could literally just hit F12. But so, also, if anybody's wondering, in the settings for Dwarf Fortress, you can set full screen tile set and windowed mode tile set. In case you want different resolutions. I have this tile set for full screen, or for windowed mode, so if I hit full screen, it goes to ASCII. $10 in bits or tips, and I will set it to ASCII. Let's just make that a thing. And then you guys can suffer like G did. Does anybody know what that reference is? I say that sometimes with no context, but no one ever seems to know. Suffer like G did! Why am I typing in non-Dwarf Fortress things? Pick! 3. Anyways, it's Total War Shogun 1. There's a voice that screams, suffer like G did! And it's like, what? They die for denutrition. They are easy. Adventure mode. They are. If you set it without retire, if you abandon without a retire in the site, that die for disnutrition. Yes, that is correct. But I don't know. I like goblins, but I don't like this race is superior for anything because it feels like an analog for racism and it makes me uneasy. Not a fan of that. But actually, you know, the reason my goblins eat and drink is because I always have tavern keepers. So they'd just be handed food and eat it and drink it. Because they can eat and drink. They just don't need to. That might actually be why. Especially because you are right that they don't eat or drink according to the wiki, which would mean they're probably just eating and drinking because I'm jamming food into their mouths. Force feeding, generally. And generally in adventure mode, I just play dwarves. I usually play dwarves with like a party of animal people and then just run from one city to another. It's generally what I do. I don't really play much adventure mode just because everybody stops watching me when I do. And because I'm a streamer and I have to keep an audience entertained, whenever I open up adventure mode, my view count goes from 60 down to 30. It's like, well, okay. Can't really stream much, unfortunately. Not because I don't want to, but because people just don't watch. And goblins and elves and gnomes are all magical creatures, yeah. Although technically goblins are Satan's spawn, literally and figuratively. Not really, but they are commanded by demons and cursed by demons. Which is why they're so evil, which is why when you have a goblin that's raised outside, and this is also another thing that I'm thinking of, I'm wondering about, but haven't really stated. Goblins can be raised by other factions and act culturally like other factions, with the exception of having the trait he's sometimes cruel or she's sometimes cruel. Because goblins always have that. And then their visual descriptions, obviously. But I'm wondering, because I've had like dwarves raised by humans that shave their beards, because they're dwarves raised by humans. And so culturally, humans shave their beards. So I've had dwarves in my forts before, not this one, but other forts, where they're grown up and raised by humans and then immigrated to my fort, and they have no beards. You made your first magma smelter fort? Congrats! Anyway, so I'm wondering if goblins raised by dwarves drink out of habit. I'm wondering now. Wasn't a good mental space? D&D's never a good mental space in my experience. So I feel you there. Other people are bad mental space. Often. This dwarf is weird. No. I was gonna say that's absolutely not wrong. A human raised by dwarves would have a beard. Not a dwarf raised by humans. They have completely different visual descriptions and different traits. As an example, like others in his culture, he has a great deal of respect for the law and generally prizes loyalty, values family, and sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal and respects artists and their works, and really respects those that take the time to master his skill, and deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, values cooperation and finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess and values leisure time, and respects commerce and values knowledge. A human's description would be completely different. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, because there's very weird background simulation things that can happen in Dwarf Fortress where, like, because, like, the last few goblins I've had in all my fortresses have eaten and drank. So I'm wondering if it's similar to, like, the night creatures and mega beasts joining other AI factions because of religions. It's like, you can have, like, that, like, I've seen these before in Legends mode. I've never encountered them in Adventure mode or anything, or in Fortress mode, where you can have a giant that also has a religious title who's a priest for, I don't know, the Fingers of Touching, which is a human religion based on worshiping the gods, face poke, the jumpy kindness or whatever. Like, they could be like the pope of that religion. And that's happened. And I've encountered, like, oh, it's just like, oh, this is a religious leader. I'm sorry, your religious leader's a fucking Cyclops? Which is super cool. But, like, then they become non-aggressive with that faction. But still will leave and go off and do giant things, which is, I'm gonna go raid 5 villages and steal 10 chickens and eat a child. Which is a thing that actively happens in the current, like, downloadable version of Dwarf Fort, which is amazing. You have a good night, Arrow, though. Remember, it's not Monday. You okay up there, Dwarf? It's my broker. Why are you sleeping up here? Okay. Must be warm next to the lava. I mean, it is in the middle of winter, or late winter, rather. Means we've almost moved up a year. Man, everybody seems to be streaming Star Citizen all of a sudden. There must be a big update out. I had like 4 or 5 channels that I follow go live today, all streaming Star Citizen that don't normally stream Star Citizen. Bad day heat. Did you actually get heat exhaustion? Dude, heat exhaustion sucks. I got heat exhaustion once when I got heat exhaustion once when I went to Disneyland when I was like 12 or so. I was a little kid and I got super fucking sick. Almost had to be hospitalized. Like they took me into like the first aid tent and like gave me a cold, like a warm beverage and shit to cool me down. Today just got exciting. You just had a massive rainstorm hit us from the complete opposite direction that they normally do. Huh. Shoutouts to Thor, I suppose. Also, apparently there was a crash in Formula E where they just kind of piled up. You guys will see a bunch of cars crash. What the fuck? All right, let's see. How's this coming in? Who's our manager? Diamond, what are you doing? My manager appears to be eating. Dude, go fucking do the thing. The simulation seems like it don't keep track of some additions to the Civ, like conquering or absorbing other races sites. You mean like while a fortress is running? Because while a fortress is running, there's a lot of things that are like paused with the simulation, right? But if you retire a fortress or go into adventure mode, it essentially restarts World Gen for 3 weeks or whatever. It's the month of time. So if you like retire and reclaim a fortress on repeat, you can get the simulation going again. But yeah, a lot of things aren't processed during fortress mode, which is what the map rewrite's supposed to change. But, you know, I'm just looking forward to being able to, like, post map rewrite, be able to just look at, like, zoom out and see the whole map, which is something that they want to have for the map rewrite, as in, like, the whole map. Like doing the Supreme Commander thing where it's like, see this tiny little map? Well, this is the whole map. I really hope that they manage to pull that off. And I will be very impressed if they do, because that seems like a shit ton of work. Went to work, it was pouring 1.5 liters of water. Was pouring 1.5 liters of water on your face by 11. You had to go tell the boss that you're going home because of a headache and nausea and fever symptoms. Holy fuck, yeah, no kidding. You did get heat exhaustion. Got home, took a long cold shower, had your lunchbox at home, and collapsed on the couch next to your computer for a few hours. It was broadcasting streams in your face. Felt a lot better when you woke up, except still... Now you have a lingering headache. Now you're chewing painkillers every couple hours. Oh, Jesus. Now that sucks, man. I'm sorry. Hope it passes quickly. I've been there once before, and it was in the States, which was scary because it's like you don't want to get hospitalized in the States. But, so, like, it was kind of sketchy, but Yeah, that shit sucks. Go sleep it off, dude. It must have been hot there, though. At the very least here, like, what's the... It's kind of cooled off. Like, we're not in ridiculously hot weather anymore. Like, it's just normal summer weather now. It was ridiculously hot for a bit, but... yeah, it's 23 outside right now at 1 p.m. Like, that's totally manageable. Like, the high today is supposedly 31 by 4. Sus. Tomorrow's supposed to be 31 and cloudy. After that's 27 and cloudy. High humidity, though. Oof. Yeah, it's supposed to, like, waver between 24 and 30. Hopefully having a better day. Yeah, bring a cold drink. Stay hydrated. I know it's a meme, but it does actually help. Starts moving quick. There's gonna be places. I like Farana's comment on Discord about how much money is that for all of the Formula E cars crashing. It's like, yes. It was hot, no air circulation whatsoever. So there's 2 times where I'm pretty sure I've had heat exhaustion. The first time was at Disneyland when it was just like, it was like 40 degrees Celsius outside, which is like not abnormal for like Orange County, California. That was rough. That was like, they just basically put me in an air-conditioned room for 40 minutes, and I just sat there and eventually cooled down and was okay. The second time was when I was homeless. That summer, I slept anywhere I could find a bed, basically. And one of the places I stayed at had an attic, and they just had like a mattress on the floor in the attic. And I crashed on that mattress a couple of times. Problem was, this was middle of the fucking summer. And it was nice of them to let me sleep there, but there was one time when I got up to go use the restroom at like 3 or 4 p.m. or something, and it was probably above 40 degrees in that attic. And I went to go walk down the stairs. I walked down the hallway. I opened the door to the bathroom, took 2 steps into the bathroom, and I woke up on the floor with my head next to the toilet. I passed out. I just bang, smacked my head on the side of the toilet. Anyway, was picked up and plopped on the sofa. Ended up calling my girlfriend and then went and crashed with her for a few days and took like 4 days off work because I sprained my neck real bad. Went to emergency and they were like, yeah, it's just a sprain. We could put you in a brace, but it'll be okay in a couple days. Minor sprain, as they worded it. So they basically just gave me painkillers and sent me home with a pat on the back. That was fun. It was a fun couple days. They said that I'm really lucky I didn't hit my mouth because I probably would have lost a couple teeth. Your summer camp used to have these giant barn agriculture fans in the pavilion. Like these giant 5-foot in diameter fans. Yeah, my grandma had one of those. Maybe not 5 foot, but like at the very least a meter tall. So like maybe 2.5 feet, 3 feet, something like that. And they'd fill giant igloo coolers with Gatorade a few times a day. When I worked, because I did a single summer at the factory my dad works in, and they had a thermometer on the wall, and it was a steel-roofed concrete building, and it got hot in there. I mean, they had massive fans everywhere, but the one nice thing about the summer was if the temperature went above 25 degrees Celsius in there, and because this is an industrial factory, right? So everybody's wearing overalls. You either have to wear overalls or jeans, steel-toed boots, tall socks, gloves, and long sleeve shirts. You were not allowed to wear a t-shirt in there, just because of it's a safety risk, burn risk. We've hit springtime, by the way. Anyway, also I don't know if Stone's still here, but if Stone's still here, we're not gonna have most likely another paperwork session today. So, okay, so we've hit spring. Wait, hold on a second. We apparently got a baby. When did we get a baby? Oh, you are still here, Stone. So apparently we got a baby sometime last year. Huh. Aqua, do you want a fourth? Because I did say we needed to get you a fourth baby. I don't know when this baby was born, but I don't remember seeing it. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, it was ridiculously hot, but it was nice because they had free unlimited all-you-could-eat Gatorade. They just had like they basically had like a full-time employee whose job it was to just walk into the back room and get Gatorade and put them in the little coolers all throughout the thing. This is going to sound like a dumb question, but how do you, like, what number of dwarves have you had? Or what Roman numeral? Because this would be the 4th? IV? That's 4, right? Or is it VI? I think it's IV. I think IV's 4, yeah. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap IV. He was interested when watching a performance, and interested after watching a performance, and was interested after watching a performance. He'll be fine. He's the son of Kib and Lear, and is a faithful worshiper of Shistak and a ardent worshiper of Shinrus at Amber the Red Rocks. He's 1 year old, born on the 7th of Obsidian, the year 415. Everybody always explains this to me, and I go, yep, okay, I'll remember that, and then I don't, so I won't remember that. But thank you, Fallen Kingdoms. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is, you guessed it, neatly combed. He has a broad body and close-set cobalt eyes that are round. His nose is narrow, and his ears have small lobes, and his hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. He likes talc, silver, dandric, Ogate, giant emu bone, battle axes and high boots and bins and bracelets and goblets, and cavies for their 3 toes. And pandas for their big fluffy heads. Pandas for their big fluffy heads? Okay. And bellies, of course. I think I've only ever seen that in that one Krug Smash series, where he had that one dwarf that really liked pandas for their big fluffy heads and bellies. And he just drew him like a total creeper because he had panda people. Anyway, you like pandas for their big fluffy heads and bellies. You like buckwheat for the beer, and words for the amethyst of walls, and the sound of the silky intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume dragonfly, cavefish, and 2-grain wheat beer. And absolutely hates bats! Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new baby? Because, you know, we've been a little lurking. I'm just curious about how many people are listening to the stream. I won't call you out if you're lurking. I'll just see your name and be happy. He personally sees artful speech and eloquence as a wasteful form of deliberate deception. Wow, and treats it as such. Personally sees artful speech and eloquence as a wasteful form of deliberate deception. Wow. And dreams of raising a family. He's gripped by crippling shyness and is always tense and jittery. And he would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. He has an active sense of humor and is assertive, and he likes to take it easy. He does not often feel lustful and has a greedy streak. He can handle stress and has a certain stare for when he gets annoyed. His hands are animated when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. You do jazz hands. Hi, tired. I'm blind. All right. Hope you're having a good day, tired. Katsu's melting metal objects. Baba like fist fights sound Irish to you? I mean, find me a baby that doesn't want to fight you. Come on, isn't that most babies? I feel like that's just most babies. Most babies just want to fight you. Hey. You steals candies from baby. Baby, oi, flips out, knife. Give that back. I mean, not quite knife, but... Imagine a baby with a water gun. They would squirt you with it. With no mercy. Boss popped in for a bit. Did you miss anything good? We got a pretty unique baby, which is Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap the 4th. And Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap the 4th has a very specific stare when he's annoyed, which I kind of like. That's about it. Just a baby. And then various rambles. Kind of thinking about doing 2 forts today, although I kind of want to do another 30 minutes of Longdeath. Swap over to the good fort and the good biome and all that jazz. Plank of Nations stuffs. But want to get to a full year, though, so we need to get basically to the middle of summer. Then I'll go do lunch, then we can play a different fort for a bit. Or we'll swap games. I haven't decided yet. I don't know. My brain is just like... I'm exhausted from yesterday. That's the only way I can put it. Like, yesterday was a really rough day for me. So I'm just kind of... just very drained today. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I keep phasing out. Like, I keep just... So, full disclosure. I'm probably bipolar. I don't have any formal diagnosis or anything. I feel really fucking manic right now. Like, my brain just isn't working properly, and it's kind of annoying. So I'm just, like, all over the place and just, like, having a really hard time focusing on shit, and... at the same time, I just kind of want to clean my kitchen. Like, it's that kind of day for me. So if I'm super indecisive and all over the place and a little bit snappy, that's kind of why. But yeah, mostly we're just melting down metal armors. Also looks like the elves are here to trade. That's nice. Means I can probably sell them crafts, because I don't ever make wooden crafts. As long as I'm careful about it. What am I not allowed to sell? I'm not allowed to sell picks and crutches. Okay. I'm not allowed to sell ballista arrows. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do craft. Let's just do rings. Sell them rings. Just have to be careful about which ones we sell. Let's also sell crowns. Investments are open if you want to all in, Diamond. I know that we'd get entertainment out of that. I know you wouldn't. There goes all the selling. So something that you might not know is if the elves don't want to purchase a thing because it has wood on it, they change the color. So it won't be the usual color of gray. I think it's purple on this color setup, but could be various different colors. I think it's supposed to be like red by default. Yeah, I didn't trade with them the last few times because they keep showing up when the humans are invading me, so their trade caravans have gotten small. Low left, not gonna happen. Well, I mean, could just start charging taxes. I mean, would be fun if my bot was capable enough to charge taxes. That would be entertaining. Gremlin's gotta fund his what's the word? Gremlin's gotta fund his campaigns somehow. I have a question. Has anybody thought about what they're gonna do when Premium launches? As literally, I think the first day that Premium's out, I'm just gonna generate a bunch of worlds and like just settle a bunch of different forts in different biomes. I just want to know what they all look like. Or the first day I have access to it. Just want to settle in a bunch of different biomes and like dig too deeply. that's all I really want to do is just like dig a bunch of tunnels down to hell. Like do hell % streams the entire time. Watch this stream. Yeah, maybe download the free version, right, Stone? Because I don't think you're planning on buying Steam, are you? Like here. I don't think you're into that jazz, really. Although I'm hoping they give it to me early so I can just like let it run. I don't know, wait till it goes on sale. Pretty much. Add to wish list. All right, see you guys in 6 months. Steam summer sale's got to be soon, right? I mean, I wouldn't even put it past you if you waited for a sale, honestly. Who said that? I thought that you weren't like super interested in that, but also, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but over the weekend, Tarn posted this on Bay 12. I was sidetracked a bit this week. Since we're doing a demo for Seattle in September 2nd at PAX, I wanted to make sure some things were ready for that. Well, ready as they can be for a live demo. So I guess I wasn't actually sidetracked, since it's all forward progress, but I mostly ended up working on something that we're going to announce next week. This was posted on the 15th. Next week. I have a feeling the whirlwind sense I have will only increase as we draw closer and closer to the end. Lots of things keep coming up, keep coming in, and still a few categories are incoming that I haven't touched yet, but I will get to the keyboard support soon. Bet you they're going, I bet you $1 it's going to be related to music. Oh, Diamond? Come on. That's not even fair. That's not even fair, man. You're not interested in speculating on dates and staring at a calendar? Same, but I am interested in whatever they're going to announce next week. It would be funny if the ASCII version would be the free I mean, it will be the free version, but ASCII would be the cool kids and the not ASCII mode will be the uncool kids. You know what would be awful is if people gatekeep in either direction. Like, make fun of or mock or call names or poke fun at either people for playing either type of game. I think that the free version and the paid version of Dwarf Fortress are both one video game. They are both Dwarf Fortress. And no, that wouldn't be funny. That would really suck, actually. So all of these are good to trade because they're all brown and white. I think people who play Dwarf Fortress are pretty awesome, and I think people who don't can also be pretty awesome. I think that they're both fine. I think the only issue is when people start gatekeeping. I'm actually really worried that there's going to be people gatekeeping. Although I really, really, really want premium, access to premium, so I can take a screenshot of premium, turn off the tile set, and take another screenshot of the same setting so I can make a RTX on meme. That's actually probably the first thing I'm going to do when I get access to the premium version of Dwarf Fort, is just load up a save, take a screenshot with a like line down the middle, just make an RTX on meme. That's all I want to do. I've wanted to do that for a while, but I don't have a screenshot that's like, this is the tile set on. This is the tile set on. If Tarn releases screenshots where it's like, this is both of those tile sets, I'm literally just gonna do that and post it on Twitter. That's all I want to do. Ugh. Bah. Also, good news. Somebody was selling Dwarf Fortress Worlds on OpenSea. Anyways, it no longer exists and it's been taken down. So, get fucked. Person who's selling NFT Dwarf Fortress bullshit. Get shucked. Like this oyster. You know, there's this thing that you'll notice about streamers, Fallen Kingdom. I stream, 12 to 14 hours a day? I say the same thing all the fucking time. Because you know what happens when you stream that long? You run out of shit to talk about. And if you guys aren't starting conversations, I just ramble about whatever the fuck's in my brain. And you know what's in my brain? A limited amount of shit. I could talk about the YouTuber that's suing YouTube again and Russian media. That's a fun one. Talked about that earlier. I could talk about how Banished is a bad video game again. I could talk about the 5 or 6 times now that I've talked about how Into the Breach is on phones, but only through a Netflix subscription, which sucks. But also it's kind of cool because it's on phones, so I can play Into the Breach out on my patio now, which is great. Yeah, there's a YouTuber suing YouTube because the RT, the Russian media channel, stole multiples of their videos and has broadcasted their videos without their permission on Russian state television with a different voiceover, turning their documentaries into propaganda. And so they issued takedown claims, got the videos taken down, got RT Arabic's channel suspended and terminated, and then YouTube put it back up. No, not RT Game. That's actually a really poor naming scheme by RT Game, but, you know. Anyway, I posted the video on the Discord. It's in the documentaries and this. No, they're looking to get, like, well, the only thing that they want is they want their content taken down. But the result of that is, unless RT just, because RT didn't comply and take their videos down right away, the result is literally this video. The result is they're trying to take down and terminate all of RT's channels, all 39 of them. It's like 5 billion views a year or something, which is ridiculous. But currently, all of RT's channels are down because they decided to go full Leroy Jenkins on Ukraine. But they're not down. They're just shadow hidden. So if you're outside of Russia, you don't see them. You've said it before and you've said it again. YouTube needs about 100 times more manpower they currently have to manage the amount of content that they distribute. No, it's not that they... So the reason that video is so fucking ridiculous is it's not a YouTube doesn't have the manpower situation. It's literally that YouTube channel, Business Casual, which makes historical documentaries. That YouTube channel literally had back and forths with multiple people at YouTube, and YouTube sent them an email saying, yes, we just had an internal meeting about this. Like a year and a half ago. Then took the channel down. Uh-oh. That can't get put in there. Why is that in there? That's a book. Why are you selling my books? No selling my books. And that's the hope. And it's like Google Moscow that keeps putting the channels back up. Like Google has an office in Moscow that keeps putting the channels back up. Anyway, yeah, it essentially they're trying like actual interaction with YouTube. You can get actual interaction with YouTube if the situation is fucked up enough. I was pouring coffee. What happened? Hey, Havoc, the child is withdrawn from society. Hold up. I'm gonna pour more coffee. I would recommend watching that video when you have an hour and a half of free time. Because it's absolutely fucking whack. Not necessarily, no. They're technically not purple, so... They might actually be... They're knowing my books, they're probably plant fiber. Hopefully pleasurable. This is some good table. Yeah, I've always found it a little weird that dwarves like tables so much, but... Dwarf's just, like, sweating in the corner. It's like, what you looking at there? You're just pictures of tables. Plant are, in fact, okay. Dwarf does indeed like tables thick. A good thick picnic table. Really gets my beard in a knot. I'm gonna stop this conversation now. It's getting weird. But yeah, no, that video is wild and worth watching. What's also interesting about that video is it's currently shadow banned, so the only way you can find it is directly through the Business Casual YouTube channel or through a link. You can't find it by searching for it. And it doesn't show up in the recommended for anybody. So they're just like, yo, we have posters that you can print off with QR codes to this video and shit. The lawsuit's apparently been going on for a year and a bit. All right. What are we doing here? Another rounds of crowns. Hopefully this makes the elves happy because, like I said, we've been trading with them for a while. But the past 2 years, we've missed trading with them because they keep showing up or keep trying to show up right when the humans arrive to trade, so we don't actually get to trade with them. They just leave. Picks and mail shirts. Iron, mail, 3. Pick, iron, 3. Wait, hold up. Nope, still the same mayor. Interesting. But yeah, on the 2nd of next month, so what? 2 weeks in a day? 2 weeks and 2 days? 5 p.m. Pacific, there will be a panel at PAX West with a live stream of Premium Dwarf Fortress, which I'm going to record and chippity chip together because I'm very curious to see it. And I'm going to see if I can get Kid Fox to record that footage and then just give me a copy when I go down there. Fingers crossed. That's my big goal for PAX. Everybody needs a goal for, like, big conventions that they go to. You know, honestly, it makes me really happy that the videos I upload are largely using content from Kid Fox Games with full permission from them. And it's not the sort of stuff anyone would steal. It's like, if someone were to steal my videos, they would literally just be uploading them with a different voiceover, and honestly, I probably wouldn't do anything about it. I wouldn't be thrilled, but I also wouldn't care all that much. Do I have, like, no butchers left? I'm starting to think I have no butchers. That, or is this door just locked? This door is just locked. Wow, okay. I keep forgetting to unlock this goddamn door. Yeah, I'm literally just, like, volunteer marketing for them. So, no, it makes sense why they let me do it. It's just... it makes me real happy that I don't make YouTube's videos that could be used as political propaganda. I'll put it that way. Like, my videos are pretty vanilla in that way. I don't really need to worry too much about, like, you know, Russia's state government stealing it. Because, good lord. Havoc has begun a mysterious construction. So Havoc, our little child here, has claimed a clother's shop, and they've grabbed maple logs, unicorn leather, trifle pewter bars, rough price opals, walnut wood logs, reindeer leather, rough price opals, and pigtail cloth. And it's a clother's shop. Child at a clother's shop. Any bets on what they make, chat? I'm kind of hoping to make a loincloth or a thong. Because it would be funny. Won't be as cool as yours? What if it's a pickaxe? Then it could literally mine. Then it would be cooler than your mine. Because yours can't mine. Sup, nudist nun? Pretty good. And yourself? Hope you're having a fantastic... whatever... what is it, Wednesday? It's Wednesday. I hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday. It's a gremlin-sized mitten. You know there's no such thing as a gremlin size. It's like you can make... sock, right? Let's just say yarn sock, right? 1. Go here. Specify size. There is no gremlin size. Filter. Gremlin. But you know what's fun? You know what's fun about that? If you have a gremlin in your fortress and you assign a gremlin to a clothing shop, and tell the gremlin to make clothing using Dwarf Therapist to manually give the gremlin tasks, because by default you can't, then the gremlin will make clothing that the gremlin can wear that nobody else can wear. Or Fortress. It's a well-made video game. Allegedly. I know you might know, but other people might not know, and it's a funny tidbit of factoids, you know, because Dwarf Fortress, it's a video game. Can a gremlin wear dwarf clothing? Nope. Dwarf Fortress is, in fact, one of the games of all time. You know, that might be my review of Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is one of the games of all time. Twitch.tv/BLNDRL. What are you guys doing here? Yeah, it's pretty good. So I don't know if any of you guys follow your local city's subreddits, but Reddit has like a Twitter Spaces equivalent where anybody can just like pop open a voice call and just talk. It's kind of like the Discord stage, but anybody can do that. And every Wednesday, the Greater Vancouver or the Vancouver subreddit has had what they've called Wits End Wednesdays talk sessions, where they just have a bunch of random people from that subreddit just talking about Vancouver. Some of the most unhinged random rants I've ever heard. Highly recommend seeing if your city has a subreddit and then listening in on some of those, because it's just, it makes you realize, wow, I'm sane. Anyway, Havoc, the Dwarven Child, has created a pigtail cape. I know that pigtail is a type of fabric, but that just sounds funny because I'm just imagining like a tiny little pigtail. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor. Kivish. Crafted lash. And all I have to say is, no capes. No capes. So let's see. Wow, wrong button. Right button. And Kivish is now a legendary clother. So it's worth 41,920. It's called Silent Sockets. Socket is silent. This is a pigtail cape. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. So fun fact, dwarves can't make capes. So this is an artifact-only rare item. It is encrusted with round price opal cabochons, unless there's like a weird situation where they can't make them. But I think that they are artifact-only. And decorated with reindeer leather and maple, and encircled with bands of unicorn leather. It is made from pigtail cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and walnut and wood, and menaces with spikes of price opal and trifle pewter. Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Unhinged, maybe putting it lightly. I mean, like, there's some perfectly sane people in there, and there's a few people that like I've listened to that are, it's usually the same people, but I've never talked in there myself. But there's some pretty unhinged people that hang out in that subreddit. And I'd be lying if I said it wasn't kind of entertaining at times. Every so often I just have to go through and find the artifacts that I forget about and being like, all right, where can I put you? We've repeated. More investment cooldown? Yeah, it's not up yet. I need to sneeze really bad. But I haven't sneezed yet and it's hurt. And it kind of... You know when like you really need to sneeze but then you can't and it hurts? Ugh. God. Damn it. It's like, please just release me from this pain and let me sneeze. Yeah. God damn it. You know what's funny? I've had people tell me that for years, and I've tried it myself. It doesn't work. Like, I don't understand where that comes from. I feel like that's one of those things where it must just work for some people and just not work for others. It certainly doesn't seem to work for me. It just kind of makes my eyes water when I do that. All right, so I think I'm going to... I'm going to make a little thingy. I'm going to make a little side entryway for this because it takes far too long to empty out this, what's it called? It takes far too long to empty this thing out. So I think that we're going to build a set of ramps going up and into this. And then I'm going to build a drawbridge here, and a drawbridge here, and a drawbridge here. We're going to mine out on the inside, and then attach them all to one lever so that I can just allow the dwarves to just walk in. Like, let's just get started with this. Let's make a drawbridge right here. That's going to go right there. It's going to be a raising drawbridge. We can just make it out of iron, will be just fine. Assuming there it is. Iron. Let's make a drawbridge here. Same thing. Yeah, I know that I know that other people, like, I've had people recommend that to me before, and I've tried. It just doesn't seem to do anything. Now it seems to be passing. Weird. Jess! Hi! Welcome to the land of blind really needs to sneeze, but can't for some reason. I hope your stream was good.
Just boop, just look RLD. Just look, just boop.
Also, that's the first, like, resub of the day. We had some gifted subs earlier, but first resub of the day. Thank you very much for resubbing, JSOG. Cheers, man. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? And the Cult of the Lamb, obviously. Alistair, Andy, it's good to see you, Spafar. Hi. Annalise, hello. Hello, everybody. I have a question, Jess. Have you ever played Dicey Dungeons? Squagula, what's up, dude? Because I had your stream up while you were playing today, and I glance over at it every so often. Keep seeing you playing that dice game in there. In that their Cult of the Lamb. She might be running to her webinar. Okay, Alistair, do you know if she's ever played Dicey Dungeons? Because I think you guys should convince her to play Dicey Dungeons if she hasn't. But hopefully she has a good webinar. You know, I never do those because they're always, like, in the middle of my streams. I've been invited to them for years. Don't know that she has? Maybe I need to see if I can get her to play Dicey. Well, I mean, I can ask her too. Yeah, she's AFK, but... Interesting. If you guys don't know Jess, you should go follow Jess. She was playing Cult of the Lamb today. She's part of my stream team, Halcyon Frequency. Shows up on the podcast from time to time. She's cool people. Go give her a follow. And if you don't know who I am, I'm sure most of you probably do. I'm Greg. The internet calls me blind because I don't see very well. You can call me either. I don't really care. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress and sometimes other things because other games exist, or so people tell me. I refuse to believe that kind of propaganda, though. So if you like dwarves, I have lots of those. You have it really bad, so you just sneeze if you look at the horizon during the day in the sky? Really? I feel like it's always been really hard for me to... So we were talking about sneezing earlier, right? And I stated that I don't really get that I need to sneeze, so look at a bright light thing. It just seems to have no effect on me. Meanwhile, Hexwrench over here like can't go outside because he needs to sneeze all the time. Also, hi, Infinity. Hello. But yeah, I think you guys might... If she really likes Knucklebones, there's 2 games that she needs to play. Dicey Dungeons, and then there's this other one that's only on itch right now. What is it? Slice Dice. Yeah, this thing. This is the other one. It's like a little dungeon crawler thingy, but it's all dice. This thing's kind of incredible, though. This game will come out on Steam eventually. When it does, it'll be huge. Only about 25% of people have that? So what you're saying is you're in the top 25%. Well then. Sounds like you guys have a new game to pester Jess into playing. Or don't. I mean, don't be mean, but... I think she'd like Dicey Dungeons. Because Knucklebones seems cool. And I think that if she likes that a lot, she'd probably really like Dicey Dungeons. I'm currently building a side entrance for my lava trap so that my dwarves can easily get in there and clean it up. It already has 145 games play already? That all? Casual. What's one more to the list? It's just 146 now. It's fine. Does she have like a to-do list or something? Ever seen Dwarf Fortress played? Now you have. What's happening? There's a dwarf in the middle of the screen, the little white thing. He's collecting bits of armor to take it to the magma forge down underground. The red tildes are a bunch of lava. There's walls everywhere. This is kind of like a very long hallway that I fill up with lava. That's a bunch of siege ammo. This is all my food. That's just a room. This is where the sausage is made, where we make unicorns into food because we eat unicorns. This is my tavern, where dwarves drink. My library, where dwarves read. This is a bunch of trees. It's one of those games where it looks super intimidating, but if you just stare at it for a little bit, it stops being so intimidating. Although, this isn't vanilla Dwarf Fortress, or not the vanilla visuals for Dwarf Fortress. I'm using a tile set. This is what the game actually looks like. If you give it a second. There it is. That's what it actually looks like. Jess, have you played Dicey Dungeons? Oh, she can't hear me. She's muted. It's her T3 Patreon reward. JSOG and some other patron might know better. Oh, okay. Has no sound. There we go. It's okay. I can communicate via the strange hieroglyphics that we call the alphabet. This is me visually making or showing Jess Dicey Dungeons. There There you go. Who's a wizard? Me's a wizard? You's a wizard? Oh, right, yeah, because they speak English letter hieroglyphics, yes. Everyone panic? I mean, panic just means that we all get playdates. That's fine. How do you lose at this game? Everybody die. But Dwarf Fortress is the original make-your-own fun game, right? It's a open-world survival sandbox. So this is the world map for Dwarf Fortress. Here's the TLDR with Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is the original inspiration for Minecraft, the original inspiration for RimWorld, and partially the inspiration for Kenshi. Dwarf Fortress is an open-world survival sandbox that can be played in one of three ways. There's Fortress mode, where you build a base on a set-size map within a larger, open, alive world that's been generated. There's Adventure mode, where you play as a single character in a turn-based open-world RPG. And then there's Legends mode, which is basically just, here's a readout of history for your entire world, right? In Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't generate you a map, okay? Most games like that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress just give you a map with a bunch of locations, and like they're just pretty static events. Like RimWorld, as an example, gives you a globe and you can like go around on it and select things, right? Dwarf Fortress doesn't just give you a map. It gives you hundreds of years of every single NPC has a family tree, history, parents, the place that they came up, where they were raised. The game generates factions, races, religions, cultures, music, forms of music, poetry, forms of poetry, books, wars, names and places. It builds a landmass, and the landmass is formed with rainwater and erosion. And then once it's done generating your 250 years of history and like 1.5 million events or whatever the fuck, then you can go in and you can play as an adventurer, which is, as I said, just a single person and run around the procedurally generated world, or you could play as a fortress and build a fortress in that world. This is fortress mode, so we are building a fortress. This particular fortress is weird because the population is very low, and the goal of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years and break the record for the oldest running fortress. We're currently are near 416, which means this fortress is 411 years old. Most fortresses don't make it past year like 12. And it's free. That's kind of the short version of what Dwarf Fortress is. But you lose by everybody dies. It's pretty simple in that regard. We are currently at war with a human faction that we traded with for like 300 years and 400 years, so it makes me kind of sad that they decided to attack us. But every single dwarf has the first chunk of text is their recent thoughts and recent memories and their mood. The light blue text is their family history. The green text is their citizenship. The yellow text is their age. The white text is their looks and visuals. The green text is their likes and dislikes and some tendencies. The gray text is their species and what their faction believes in. The blue text with all this purple in the middle is their personality, and that can be changed over time, and their beliefs. Whether or not they've completed their life's goal, which is Dwarf wants to raise a family, and that dream was realized. And then the last one, which is all this white text with the purple stuff, is their personality traits, which does change how they act and interact with other dwarves. And technically there's also arena mode, but no one really plays arena mode. Arena mode doesn't really count. We don't count arena mode. Not really, anyway. It's more of like a bug-fixing sandbox. But yeah, that's the short version of what Dwarf Fortress is. Also, because Dwarf Fortress was the original inspiration for Minecraft, and Minecraft wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress, and Battle Royales primarily came out of Minecraft originally, and Fortnite was originally a Minecraft clone before it was turned into a weird tower defense thing, and then was then turned again into a Battle Royale game. Fortnite wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. So thus Dwarf Fortress is one of the most important games in history. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's a little fun fact thing that I enjoy. But right now, these dwarves are just running in and out and collecting metals that has been gathered from our burning burnination trap that burns all of the humans that attack us, which are represented by U's. Not to be confused with my unicorns, which are also U's. Dwarf Fortress, the reason Fortnite exists, sort of. But Premium, which is a fancy version of Dwarf Fortress with the graphics, is coming to Steam soon, and that looks like this, which is a bit more approachable by your average human being. But it's not this crazy difficult game that everybody makes it out to be. It's just obtuse. It's a very obtuse game, but it's not a difficult game. It's actually a very easy game once you understand how to actually play it. The problem is very few people actually take the time to learn how to play it. So a lot of people just kind of look at it and go, ah, that looks scary, and then they never play it again. But in like reality, if you just sit down and play Dwarf Fortress for a couple hours, it actually is quite easy. Yeah, it's exactly the same game. It's just a UI rework, pretty much. I just think it's funny. I mean, Fortnite and Dwarf Fortress have nothing in common. I just think it's a really funny, like, galaxy brain. I'm going to take, like, the red twine and go from this to that and make a very, very, very long stretch for some reason. That, to me, is really funny that the two of them, like, Fortnite wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress would exist without Fortnite. I just think that's really funny to me. It's just like Minecraft probably wouldn't exist without, well, Minecraft wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress and Infiniminer and Adom. They both have combat. I've just been welcomed to my chat room. Oh, look at that. I've been welcomed to my chat room again. That's funny. They're both video game, but like you understand like where the through line is, though. Aw, thank you, Stone. I'm glad to be welcomed to my chat room. All right, so link you up to a bridge. Yeah, you're a carbon. You know, when you say that you're a carbon crystal structure, it reminds me of the musical group Carbon-Based Life Forms, which is like a psytrance group that I actually quite like. Very low-key, borderline like down-tempo psytrance stuff. Do I have doors? Yes. This will speed this up dramatically. Because I'll just need to run up in here and then grab that stuff and then run back out. But yeah, no, it's a really interesting, weird, obtuse game that I really enjoy. And I also enjoy telling people about. But it's kind of difficult because the game is very obtuse to look at. And it does kind of take a while if you're not the one playing. I find it very easy to compare Dwarf Fortress to, like, Civilization or a very complicated board game where, you know, if you're just plopped in front of, I don't know, Twilight Struggle or Civilization 5 or Humankind, and you're dropped into the middle of a game that's already in progress and you've never seen it before, it is the most overwhelming thing ever because there's just pieces everywhere, there's bits of the board everywhere, and nothing makes sense, and it's all just this big, massive, scary-looking, like, pile of pieces, right? And that's difficult to deal with if you've never played the game before. But once you read the rules and play it around, it makes quite a bit of sense, right? And the same kind of goes for, like, big 4X games, like Humankind or Civ. And the same thing kind of goes for big board games like Twilight Struggle, once you've played a round or two, everything just kind of, oh, I understand what this is, I understand. And Dwarf Fortress is kind of the same way, where it's like, the first time you embark, it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? The first time you build a fortress, it's very much the same kind of feeling. But the fifth and sixth time, or the second and third time even, that you do it, you look at it and you go, okay, I know what that is. And the first time you see something, you always have to hit K and then select it and go, what the fuck is that? But then it pretty quickly, like, starts making sense. Also, like, this is a pretty simple tile set, but, like, as an example, one of the more popular tile sets is this tile set called Space Fox, which, if I could grab it, where's that lovely screenshot that they have with it? Ah, this is what Space Fox looks like. Like, it's, you know, super bright, colorful, simple graphics, got kind of a cartoony feel to it. Like, that exists. They're just like Minecraft graphics packs, or like, what's the name of that other one? Like Vettelinger's tile set, which looks like basically these. Like, these are what the dwarves look like, the various creatures, characters. These are what the elves look like. These are what the goblins look like. These are what kobolds look like, apparently. Spoilers look like. Underground stuffs, and then a bunch of screenshots. You know, all this fun stuff. So, you know, it's, I don't know. Your mom's a carbon crystal structure. I eat carbon crystal structures for breakfast. Bah! So, yeah, I don't know. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. At least I don't think it's as bad as people make it to be. Okay, so I can deconstruct these. My goal is to be able to get to this. Oh, I was like, lag spike? No, the game, there's big saving icon in the middle. Game saving. But yeah, if you have questions about Dwarf Fortress or what I'm doing or what a particular tile means, just yell at me. Just remember, RimWorld wouldn't exist without it. One looking for someone playing Jupiter Hell and stumbled on me playing Dwarf Fort. Thank you. I play Jupiter Hell every Monday on this channel, which I'm going to link right there. Every Monday I play it on that channel for 2 hours. But I generally only stream it on patch days, just because, unfortunately, there isn't quite enough of an audience for that game these days, which makes me kind of sad, but good friends with the dev, so there will always be Jupiter Hell on this channel in some capacity. But Dwarf Fortress is my bread and butter in this part of Twitch, so. But hi, Darkwing Drake. Let's build another ramp. Some more Gabbro. Yeah, this particular fortress is Longdeath, exclamation point Longdeath for the entire playlist. But long story short, we're keeping this fortress alive for 1,000 years, and we're kind of close to halfway. I can't wait until we actually hit halfway, and then the joke can be, guys, we're past halfway done. It's only been 2.5 years. Looking forward to that. Someone heal?
Heal, damn it.
There you go. The old forts, yeah! Yeah, no, we play traditional roguelikes. We play other things as well. City builders, games like Dwarf Fortress, games not like Dwarf Fortress. That's been my shtick for a while, is just like, I stream Dwarf Fortress and games like Dwarf Fortress. But also traditional roguelikes and weird shit. The occasional racing game. Actually don't need this last one. This last one's kind of redundant. Deconstruct that. Rest of it, though. This is going to speed up the process of emptying this out significantly. Was what you consider now old Longdeath? Old Longdeath when the fortress was... Well, it was up in here initially. Oh. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Question is, are they going to send more than... Hold up. This human is hauling a bracelet. It's a yak bone bracelet. It is encircled with bands of crafted donkey hoof, and it menaces with spikes of dog bone. Huh. And an applewood chest. I wonder why. Look at that. So I need to see something real quick. All right, dwarves, I need you guys getting inside. I need to go up here and make the unicorn safe check. Can I get a big round of beers for all these dwarves about to fight? Well, they're not about to fight, but for all these humans about to horribly die. Oh, yeah, this looks like a bigger siege. It's already bigger than the last one. See, he's gonna get that bracelet melted. Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that bracelet survives. That bracelet is a guaranteed casualty, I'll have you know. All right, so over here, we're going to pull that lever. And down here, we're going to pull this lever. Pebu, you fool! All right, let's just watch until this gate shuts. Cheers, 3 Ammo. Welcome to the channel. It's a word in human? It's the word for word. Oh, word, you fool. So, hold on. When Peebo walks in the room and says something to his friends, I'll go, word. That's my response to that. Anyway, the front gate is now shut. The way is shut, and they need to prepare to be burninated. All the doors are out. Sweet. Pull this lever, the new lever, which hopefully works. Otherwise, this is gonna be awkward. So if the dwarf like wanders one step in the wrong direction, they're just gonna splat themselves. Hopefully they don't do that. Come on, dragon. Pull the lever, dwarf. I'll say it, Pigfinite. Perfect. Thunk. Both of those slam shut. Excellent. So now we see how many... Oh, wow, yeah, this is a big siege. Unlike that last one, this actually is a big siege. So I'm just going to double check, make sure that these are the same humans. Yep, still the Confederacy of Sport. It's a rendition of the Seal of Liberating. I love the fact that their faction symbol is called the Seal of Liberating. It's a very human-like statement. Investments are open. Yep, that too. Thanks, Diamond. So, what happens when soft, spongy human body gets touched by fire-hot lava? Very important question. Hi, New. I'm blind. You know, you should do this the Nintendo way of doing things, King. You should change your name from King the Space Disco Fox to New King the Space Disco Fox. Then you could actually say that you're the new King the Space Disco Fox. And then when you get tired of that, you could be New King the Space Disco Fox Light. And then New King the Space Disco Fox Mini. My personal favorite. And then New King the Space Disco Fox Mini Advance. Don't tempt. I mean, there's something about long usernames that are just funny to me, so. It's the same reason why Sweet Sparkle Farts will forever be, like, stuck in my brain as one of the best names ever. Oh, they thought that was a way in. King the Space Disco Fox U? Yeah, except that version would get canceled after just a few years. Speaking of, King the Space Disco Fox wins. Same with Diamond and Wild Peak. Also, hi, Wild Peak. How are you? It's good to see you. They're like, oh no, that new entrance that our spies spotted. We can't make it in. Well, that's unfortunate. The good thing that none of their spies have figured out that we have a lot of lava close by. Your name's pretty long, yeah, Stone. AKA Seashore's Wall. It's pretty long. Just like Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap. All good? Good to hear, man. Right, one human has gotten farther ahead of the rest. So 167 entities on the map, which means probably about a eyeball test. It's probably like 130 in this siege, if I had to guess. How's things at the fort? We're at war because these stupid humans decided it would be a good idea to attack us. Little do they know that Dwarven engineering has no morals. So, we dump lava on them every time. So thus, they're a very good supply of free iron and steel sometimes. But this Ack person is the one up at the front who's going to go trip into one of my cage traps and get tied up. You have bad luck, 3 invest on 200k failed, 3 invest on 10k wins. Hey, at least you win. There's people who swear that they haven't won in years. You should invest another 200k. Although there's quite a lot of long names in chat right now. But they have to be long and fun to say. Stone, your name is almost a tongue twister. Because Seashore's Wall is a hard thing to say for some reason. Where is the majority of this siege at? Alright, they're getting there. They're getting there. They are, in fact, getting there. There comes that human carrying the ring for some reason. It's like they're carrying like their prized possessions with them into war. It's like, why would you do that? What's wrong with you? Stupid human. But yeah, to anybody who hasn't seen this trap yet, you're in for a treat because this is actually like a really good enemy siege for it. It's a good luck charm. Oh, true. It's like those people that carry a boiled egg everywhere. If you crack the egg, it's bad luck. You finally finished coloring in the birthday cake for the year. In the birthday cake for the year? Coloring game, you've had their 4th birthday. Coloring game, I have had their 4th birthday recently. A game had a birthday? I'm very confused by this sentence. You mean like a video game? Stone, also known as Seashore's Wall. Yes, also known as Noel Bobby. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. It's like, wait, is it your birthday? Is it a coloring book's birthday? How does a coloring book have a birthday? It's not Coloring Pixels, is it? I'm trying to think, like, what coloring video games exist? Right, I may have to send my dwarves in. Go fight a few. Right, we are sending some of my dwarves in to take out these recruits at the front because they're pretty split up. Oh, it is Coloring Pixels. Interesting. Have you ever played any Picross games? Because I quite enjoy Picross games, but Coloring Pixels was a bit too simplistic for me. Okay. Which means we're only going to need to kill these 2 humans. This one, Kato, and Alho. Kato's actually the name of a podcast host for a podcast I like. Actually, he's technically the producer. But my dwarfs are coming. Arch is coming. Shoutouts to Arch Play Stuff. It's flying towards combat. Also, holy shit, Ponce. Thanks for the big-ass host. The fuck were you up to today? Thanks, man. Didn't even see that. But I did see the notification, but. Oh, you're playing Total War. Gotcha. I hope you had a good time with War of the Total variety. Kato means business? Huh. I should email the Waypoint podcast and let Kato know that his name means business in human in Dwarf Fortress. Wow. Look at this. Overcome by terror. Her left hand is mangled beyond recognition. Her upper body is cut open, and her false ribs are mangled beyond recognition, and she's spewing blood everywhere. Oh, nope, she stopped. Guys, get that human got into the fortress. There you go. Okay, it's sorted. Problem solved. 3 more that we gotta get. Got some generous hosts. Figured they'd like to watch something fun after. I don't know if Dwarf Fortress counts as fun, although this is actually like the most fun you'll see for Dwarf Fortress. The Spearmaster stabs the human recruit in the upper.
Some of these things.
Is that the first bit of the day? Actually, that's not true. We got 25 cents earlier, 3 hours ago in bits. Thank you very much for the $1. Cheers, man. Much appreciated. Been a slow month in a lot of ways. Also, I don't know if I should tell you to check your email, but there's I pointed a company in your general direction that seemed interesting. Money-related things. The Spearmaster stabs the human recruit in your left lower arm with his named spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Yeah, it's the first Wild Peak. You sent me the first $1 of the day, and I was talking to Ponce with the other thing though. But to be fair, I'm jumping between conversations, so if I fiddle up my words, that's not too surprising for me. Here comes Pabu, who is wielding a ring. Good luck. Really want to see. This is a bad idea. This is a really dumb idea. A good amount of time. I'm going to see if we can get that chest. This one. The yak bone bracelet and that chest. I need that yak bone chest, the very close one to here. Or is it an app? Is it a yak bone bracelet? And yeah, it's the applewood chest. Okay. Container. Applewood chest. Yeah, no, I was talking to Ponce. Okay. Bad ideas are the fun ones. You could say that. We do have a good amount of time, though. Anybody coming to construct things? Okay. It's the right zone. There we go. Wow, it's my king doing it? Oh, this is a stupid idea. Yeah, let's see what happens. I love how the king's like, I shall do it. The king must defeat many fearsome opponents after all. All right, so we do have a pretty good gap before the main torrent of humans arrive. So they're going to have a bit of fighting to do to actually pull this off. But if we can pull this off, it means 3 things. We save an absolutely pointless chest. And my dwarves get some kill counts. So good luck, dwarves. Stab that human to death. That one runs away screaming. Typical. Shooting an arrow. Stab him to death. Or her. I love that it's the king that's like, I shall be the one to do this bad idea. Absolutely renewable materials, which will burn. We require this chest. Added challenge, I say. Come here, you. Come on. There you go. Okay, stabs him to death. Another one. Here comes the king, that purple dwarf. Sacrifice the king in military? Oh, I won't need to. So something that's amazing to me is this, right? This line of text. I have defeated many fearsome opponents. When you have a king in your fortress and you're under siege and an enemy dies, Every single time they die, your king gets a positive moodlet. And they say, I have defeated many fearsome opponents. Even if they're nowhere near the fighting. Your mayor does the exact same thing. Same with barons. I think that that's fucking hilarious. Is it like, I've defeated many fearsome... Sir, you're not even, like, within 100 meters of the fighting. Yet you're taking credit for all these kills? This fucking guy. I kind of love it. Okay, let's see if King is able to do it. But, you know, we'll burn up all the bodies afterwards. Also, shoutouts to, like, the humans that are caught in those cages that obviously are just getting to watch this whole fight take place and are like, ah! Screaming. That's how military works. Yeah, the king takes all the credit and the soldiers get PTSD. All right. Let's deactivate the squad. The king takes it out. One human there, which means we may. Hey, cheers, Jamie. So, fun fact. Chat, who gets to tell Cheers Jamie this? We got something to tell you. About your dwarf. Who's dead now. But, I don't know. Does anybody in chat know? Or should I do the thing? So we got something to tell you. Kind of awesome. I should? I mean, do you know Fallen Kingdoms? You were the king of this fortress for like 150 years. Okay, maybe not 100, but at least a good 100 years. Your dwarf was the king of this fortress for a good 100 years. Inherited the rights to the throne and then held a solid lock on it for a very long time. And our current king is like your second cousin or something. You wrote several books too, mostly about pulleys and adhesives. You're a big fan. You were a big fan of adhesives. Unfortunately, we're gonna lose the ring, but we did save the chest. This damn bloody human made it in though. So we've slammed the door. Let's hope that... Come on. Oh, shoutouts to this human. Krothraz. Pine's Flight, who just saved their own life. Why is the king pulling the goddamn lever? You're literally letting things escape, dude. Geez, actually. What is the name of our faction? The Ignited Creation. Yes. Come on. Means fang? More like coward. All right. Gates is shut. The ways is shut, meaning I can just, like, turn this off. And, if you've never seen our defensive structure, now's a good time to look up and de-lurk for a moment. Because it's a pretty good time. It's a party in Trogdor style. Truly is. And now they all get engulfed in spicy water. Really gotta suck to be stuck in those cages, though. My God. Hey, Pablo. What's your favorite part of the show? Watching humans burn. All the flickery ones are, no, it's not a war crime. They attacked us. It's a quick death. War crimes are memes for a different game, though. So let's keep those far away from here. Dwarves don't commit war crimes. Dwarves simply have better defenses than the humans. This is dwarven engineering. No crime involved. Crimes would be like catching them in cages and then putting them in a spike pit and occasionally stabbing them. That's a crime. This is swift death. It was like burning witches. Falling walls of lava. Glorious, frankly. Also, the king has 2 demands. We need picks and crutches. Also, cheers, Jamie. We had a name for a nickname for your king. You were the king that loved ballista arrows. Now, you would demand like 2 to 5, I would say, because it was like sets of 2 or sets of 3 ballista arrows per season, sometimes more, sometimes less. And by the end of your reign, we had 1,800 ballista arrows in the fortress, to the point where there's still ballista arrows in the fortress that I haven't gotten rid of yet. The age of ballista. It was, there was like memes about ball asses because that's the shortest thing to type in here is ball ass. And it's a symbol iron ballista arrow, so ball ass was practically like a meme for a bit there. It's been a while, but it was the age of ball ass. We ball-assed all of the ballistas. It's the great god Baal and their wondrous ass. Or something, I don't know. Have I fired any of them? Yeah. We used to fire... I've never used them as defenses, not in this fortress, because they're kind of finicky to set up, and I don't really have dwarves with strong enough mental capacity in this version to use them. They're more usable in the current version. In this one, the dwarves just kind of go, ah, and run away in fear when they see enemies. So they usually just turn around and ditch. So they're not particularly useful in this version. But we used to fire them off every 100 years. For a bit there, we had like a firing range where we'd shoot them at livestock, but I don't know. They're just kind of tedious, so I don't generally use them, no. Blob. Yeah, every day. Lava's my favorite defense. Both of my fortresses right now actually are lava defended. I mean, the floor is literally lava, so they don't even have to play. It's quite convenient, really, if you like that game. How do I reset it? You'll see. But I pull a lever which opens this gate, this gate, this gate, and this gate, and this gate, and it flows off the map. And this is my reservoir up above it, which is constantly filling from this pump stack. So it's already full again, pretty much. It fills faster than it drains. So I just open those gates, it drains out in a couple of minutes, and then we run in there and collect all the iron and such. But siege is over. Only 89 left. I think that the front gate is still shut, so let's open that. Because all the humans will just be leaving at the... Oh, hey, the ostriches made more baby ostriches. Just have suddenly shit tons of baby ostriches running around everywhere. Open that. How long did it take to set that up? The fortress or the defense? The defense, I don't know, 4 hours. The fortress, literally 2 years. Have I used SoundSense in the past? I don't ever use DF hacks, so no. Some of the music in there is pretty alright, but the problem is most of the music in that thing is just public domain stuff. And I find the sounds specifically to just be annoying as shit. So I don't like the sound effects that it uses. And the music in it is mostly public domain to a point where like half of it is in other games that I've played, so it's just weird to me. Like as an example, Clanfolk, which is a little colony builder that came out a little while ago in early access. This thing, like all of the music in this game is also in SoundSense because it's all just public and free to use. So I don't like using it because it just kind of annoys me more than anything. But yeah, I've been running this fortress for 2 years as of the 23rd of this month. Like 2 years real time. With various amount of time spent throughout. But you don't like how DF has no sounds? It has sounds. It has that lovely little guitar riff, but the premium version is going to have a full soundtrack, Blue Man. And my spidey sense is telling me that we're going to get a big soundtrack announcement on Wednesday. That's my spidey sense. How many FPS do I get per gigahertz? What do you think the frame rate is? What does it look like to you? Because it's running at about 30-ish frames pretty steadily. It's running a little slow right now because of all the humans. But once they're done melting, the frame rate usually sits at a comfortable 40 frames on this fort. Like, unless you're blinking a whole lot, like, I think you could tell that this is running at faster than 2 frames a sec. Look at the humans are moving. It's not 2 frames a second. Count. 1,000. If they go 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, that would be about 2 frames a second. But they're scampering around. They're doing their thing. How many years now? We're on year 416, which means this fort is 411 years old. Your bet is the thing next week will be the Legends mode announcement? What's there to announce about Legends mode that they haven't yet? Like, if there's something that I'm not thinking of that they haven't announced that's been teased for Legends mode, what have they not announced? The thing is, I know a thing that you guys don't know because Zach accidentally leaked it on one of my streams, and then I had to mute it in the recording. So I know a thing you guys don't know. And I have a feeling that we're going to hear about music next week. But I'm curious, what do you think Legends mode would be next week? Because they are announcing something. But we do know that there is a full soundtrack, and they've been almost ready to announce a soundtrack thing for a while. They're doing a demo at PAX, which is in a week and a bit, or in 2 and a bit weeks. Mixing up Legends mode and Arena. I mean, there's no logical reason to include arena mode. Arena mode isn't really a mode. Arena mode is a debug menu designed for testing to make sure things work and modding. So arena mode will be in there. Will it look pretty? Fuck if I know. But it's more of a modding sandbox than it is like a mode. Arena mode really isn't a mode. Arena mode is like the debug sandbox, basically. It's like, yeah, Gary's Mod is a game, but it's also just kind of like a sandbox to make other games. So you buy Gary's Mod to play Prop Hunt. You don't buy Gary's Mod to just mess around in like the default sandbox. I mean, I guess some people do, but like that's not generally why people play it. So arena mode is not really a mode per se. That's not going to be announced because that's not possible in the current version of the game. I can tell you that for fact because I know enough about how world generation works to know that that's not possible currently. And that wouldn't be something they'd just be able to be like, surprise! Because that would take them, like, because somebody asked Tarn about that a couple of years ago, and he straight up was just like, yeah, that would take me a year just to do that. He's like, I'd have to rewrite all of world gen. So I would take that to, and I generally believe Tarn when he says shit like that. And I also know that there isn't going to be any major mechanical changes to Premium aside from performance increases in UI. So I mean, there isn't going to be any pie in the sky shit like that. As great as it would be lovely. Don't get me wrong, but I would be shocked if something like that got announced. Okay, we're just chucking all this stuff. Getting rid of all these, okay, all these humans, corpses. All that stuff's done. All the way up to the top's done. Gotta wait for the extra. What are these? Is this copper? You know, those will all melt, the copper boots and such. That's gonna flow all the way down to the end, and once it gets to the end, then we can drain it. I mean, I know, like, the favorite question of people to ask Tarn is, like, what's your dream feature for Dwarf Fortress? And his statement always is time travel. He wants to be able to rewind world gen and fast forward world gen from any point. But it's, like, almost impossible. Although, there is something that might make world gen way cooler, which is a clip that I have on my channel, which I can just play for you. My YouTube channel. From the last time we spoke on stream, which is... Where is it?
You're paired up with Kit Fox. You kind of got a team, sort of. Are there any plans that introduce anyone else to the code to get like more hands bug fixing for you in the future? Maybe not immediately.
Yeah, that would be a post-release thing. It's something we've talked about, though. Yeah, we don't really know. Like the release is going to open a lot of doors. It looks like, right? And then I don't have to be so paranoid about the code and that kind of thing. Because I haven't even trusted people with NDAs, right? No one's seen it that hasn't like reverse engineered it. I mean, some people have gotten that far or gotten pretty far along those lines, but even the people that did the Mac and Linux ports were not working from the DF code. They were working from these weird little side projects I made that mimicked it. I mean, those people were heroes. They're able to accomplish that without the game, right? And but yeah, once we're up and running and everything feels more stable, and we've got our stuff sorted out, then we've talked about all kinds of possibilities of getting people to look at it, but also releasing pieces of it.
This is the cool bit right here.
Like I thought it'd be interesting. Maybe you can take all of World Gen and just kind of throw it out there, see what happens.
Careful what you say around the modders on Steam, though.
He's literally talking about potentially open sourcing World Gen, which is something he's talked about before, which makes me giddy whenever I hear it. So buy a bazillion copies of Dwarf Fort so Tarn open sources World Gen. Okay, got it? Thanks. Sweet. Maybe they can use an open source community manager. I feel like KitFox would probably handle some of that, but who knows? Although the other thing I'll say is just fucking email them. Although, keep in mind that there's like super dedicated people who've been in the Dwarf Fortress community doing shit like that forever and like reverse engineering the game and whatnot. So, what does that mean? It would mean that the code, if he open sourced World Gen, it would mean that that chunk of the game, the module of the game that is the world generation for Dwarf Fortress, the code that generates you the fantasy world, would be public to a degree. Open source can mean various different licenses, everything from can use but you have to credit the original thing to you can use it but you have to add all of your changes to it, to you can't use it commercially but you can open it up and tinker with it. I don't know what license they'd go with, but essentially it just means anybody can go work on it. I don't know if he's going to do that, but that's something that he's thrown around enough in various interviews. Like, he said that way back when at the beginning. There was an interview that they did with Rock, Paper, Shotgun back when the premium version was announced, where they asked him, they were like, what would you do if the game sold 1 million copies? And he's like, well, if we sell it for $20, a million copies would be more money than I'd ever know what to do with. So maybe I'd just open source the world generation code or something. That's something that he's referenced maybe doing a lot. So we just need Dwarf Fortress to sell 1 bajillion copies so that he open sources the world gen code. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I guess they're currently on fire. Is stuff taking so long to burn? True. So what you're saying is you don't have a full-time job and you're willing to do boring stuff for low pay? I'll pay you in peanuts to make clips of my stream. I literally have a bag of peanuts. I can like throw them in the general direction of you. Just tell me if you're like I think you'd be like, what? Like, southeast from me? So I'll just huck them. Make a potato cannon. But yeah, no, that makes sense. You do enjoy peanuts? No, that's fine. I will, however, take volunteer work. But yeah, no, that's the thing that's got me excited. That's the thing that I'm hoping for, is that they open source World Gen. Because then they can just keep making their cool proprietary game on top of it, and other people could either help or make other things with it. Or mod it. That would be exciting. Because holy fuck, you want like total conversion mods with weird history generation? Do that. You can make a real life history generator. Let's go. Just generates Earth history. Imagine playing Europa Universalis with Dwarf Fortress's world generation plugged into it. I don't know how open sourcing games works. I'm sure that wouldn't work, but I'm just saying, imagine. Imagine playing Caves of Cud with Dwarf Fortress world generation crammed in there. Weird to me how long the miasma sticks around after the lava is burning the bodies. The scent lingers. Gross. You know, if I stop it like right now, I might be able to save that ring, but I'd probably just sell it, so not worth it. Meditate on death. Lovely. Do that every day. Wait, what? Why are you stressed? I want to acquire things, frustrated being unable to fight. You want to fight. You literally just went and killed a bunch of humans. Calm down there, dude. definitely integrated a bunch of the most popular quality of life mods into the stock game over the years. Yeah. No, I mean, like, that. There's definitely ways that they could do it that would massively improve the game without them having to bring people onto payroll, which is, I think that's something, like, the idea, like, imagine spending, like, 30 years of your life, basically, programming by yourself, and then suddenly it's like, guess what, you get to be on a team now? That's a turnoff for a lot of people. I mean, even, like, for me, it's like, me streaming, that would be like me suddenly having to move into a production studio. Like, I don't know if I'd want to do that. I'd much rather, like, just keep it low-key in my own house by myself. Like, that's... So I can completely see where Zach and Tarn are kind of coming from, of, like, not really wanting to expand the team. Because whenever people ask them, do you want to expand the team? They always just kind of push back now. Which I get. Like, I fully understand not wanting to have to manage people and be a boss. Like, that just sucks. But, like, having portions of the game open sourced and being able to pull from that if needed would be really cool. Oh, I was just asking if you'd ever played Dicey Dungeons. Because, Jess, I had your stream up today while you were streaming. And I usually do. Like, I have Bellinairs up right now, assuming, although he's not live anymore, so I should close that tab. But I usually have the team streams up while I'm live, right? And you were playing Knucklebones a whole bunch. And I was just sitting there, I was thinking about Dicey Dungeons and just wondering if you'd played Dicey Dungeons. Not so much the Patreon perk. I mean, they brought... Chat ended up talking about it because they were like, yeah, and she has a thing where you can recommend games. She has like 145 games on there. But... But yeah, that's all I was asking about, was I was asking if you'd played Dicey Dungeons. The list grows long. Well, Dicey Dungeons is, it reminds me of the game that you've been playing in Cult of the Lamb forever. It's also got a great soundtrack. Terry Kavanagh's, though, kind of a legend, making games for ages. But yeah, that sounds like a really good way to do it, Aqua, is like mandating that all mods be open source. There goes that ring. All right, all of the humans are burned. More or less, except for this one. It's not burning for some reason. Although it is deteriorating really quick, so I'm assuming it'll burn. Which means we can go upstairs. And, the lava drain and the lava whoosh lever. Maybe I can save that. I mean, we can toss the one corpse. It'll be for some reason, I want to save this, like, thing. But anyway, for people who are asking, how does it reset? This is how it resets. We literally just, like, drain the lava out the side. Goes off the side of the map. I don't know. I kind of hope it burns the body. If it burns the... Oh, yeah, there it goes. Well, goodbye to that ring. You were a neat sounding ring. We got to read your description, though. Oh, it's fine. What's the king want? One pick. Yeah, I don't know. If you like dice games, I should try Dicey Dungeons. Because it's literally just like a run-based dice game. Like, your dice are your attacks, you roll dice, you can, like, bend the odds of the dice in your favor. It's got a lot of really cool characters that are very colorful and fun. And Terry Kavanagh's games are just great. So, I mean, Terry Kavanagh's been making indie games for ages. I mean, like, his first game went onto Steam in 2010. That's how you know that you've been making games for a long time, is when your first game was released on Steam in 2010. Like, how many games were released a day on Steam in 2010? Like, none? There's hundreds, thousands of mods. It's insanely healthy mod community to this day. I believe it. I mean, that's like the majority of the game development is... And also, Dicey Dungeons, like, just got, like, a massive patch that, like, doubled the content in the game. It was like, yo, I was gonna make this a DLC, but I decided to just make it free. Here you go. Oh yeah, that'll drain for a little bit. And then we can go back over and pay a little closer attention to that in the future. Fuchsia Velvet, a social group dance originating in the Ignited Creation. The dwarves are doing our cultural dance, which is very fitting considering we just won a war. Dungeon Death Ball. This looks vaguely familiar. This might have been something that I found while not sober and just like stuck it on the Discord or something. This really does look like something that I would just like get stoned and post somewhere, but looks neat. It's like dodgeball, basically. Seems cool. God. This dwarf has me a little bit worried. You know what? You want to fight, so how about I put you into the bear fighters? We get that squad training. Let's turn the main squad off and get the hobby squad running. Go train for a little bit. After you go attend that meeting first. Uh-oh, somebody left a piece of cheese in their bedroom. It's full of dead animal smell. Can you imagine just like, well, Letharticus the Krasnorf has bestowed a name upon a steel spear. Well, good for you. I like how this dwarf's going to be late to their dodging demonstration because they're too busy bitching at the mayor. I mean, kind of checks out, but also. There you go. Did I like forbid all of my butcher shops or something silly like that. Nope. Weird. I don't actually understand why my butcher shops aren't working. Alright, well, this is all draining. Some pieces of armor just burning indefinitely for some reason. Once this here is shallow enough, we can just pull that lever and let the dwarves out. So I'm thinking, chat, about playing until we hit mid-fall for Longdeath. And then trying out Zero Sievert. What do you think? That game that's kind of like a little bit of Tarkov, a little bit of Stalker, but pixel art? I'm thinking that's what we do. How do we feel about that? Also, it's weird whenever I say the word, how do I feel? How do we feel? Because my brain immediately goes into, what do I feel? What do I say? Fuck you, it all goes away. What do I feel? What do I say? Fuck you, it all goes away. You have the demo? I have a more expanded version of the demo. But although I don't think you could have the demo anymore because they should have deactivated it by this point. Because those demos are only temporarily available. Demo's not available anymore, I don't think. Yeah, no, it was, the demo was available during the Next Fest. Yep. No, it was available during the Next Fest. A lot of those are temporary. Like, they're only available during the Steam Next Fest, and then as soon as the Next Fest is over, they go away, which is what was the case with that one. You're under the weather, you're going to send an email to your boss saying you won't be back for 18 hours? It sounds like you've been working a stupidly large amount, dude, so... You're just going to go crash? I recommend it. Go take a long nap. Also, I'm oddly amused by the fact that you tell me that before you tell your boss that. It's like, I'm going to send an email to my boss saying I'm going to go away for a while. Instead of, I just sent an email to my boss saying I'm going to be gone for 18 hours. It's sort of like the time that I used to have this couple that watched my stream a whole lot. And one of them was unemployed for quite some time after moving. And then when he got employed again, popped into the chat and was just like, I got the job! And then he's like, hold on, gotta go tell my wife. I'm like, wait, you told us first? He goes, I don't know. Just vanished for a bit. It was kind of funny. Similar feel to that. Wonder what those two are up to. Imper and Nyx. Investments are open, chat. Heads up. What was even funnier was she was like lurking in the chat too, and she's like, I feel betrayed. She's one of my mods technically, but she hasn't been by in ages. Probably unmod her at some point. Are your 43 placed or not? If you typed invest 43, then yes, it's placed. It'll be immediately subtracted from your total. It's only 8:30-ish a.m. there. Fair enough. Just reminded me of that thing, that's all. Wow, okay. So what's your plan for the rest of the day then? Just go be prone for a bit? Just opens cheese runner. Gonna lay in bed and read? Well, you have a good time reading. Take care of yourself. Take a nap. Don't get sick. It's bad. All right, well, that's starting to drain out. Storing items in bags. Storing a bag. This dwarf is really slow. What the fuck? It's like, I thought the frame rate was bad for a second there, but it's like every other dwarf's moving normal speed. That one's just like quarter speed for some reason. Damn right, yeah. Like Frog won, King won, or no, sorry, King won, Derek won, Diamond won, sorry, Frog. It seems to be higher odds than usual, or higher turnouts than usual for the wins. I'm gonna take a real quick piss break, BRB. I honestly, Diamond, I kind of hope that whenever you do like, I invested 10,000, you win, and then whenever you invest 250,000, you just lose it. Just because that's funny to me. I enjoy the Schadenfreude. And plan for tomorrow, I think, is we'll just do the other fort all day. Also, I've mentioned this a few times, guys, but when Premium comes out, we'll probably do 7 days in a row of streams. And then the following week, we'll go down to 5 days for a bit. We'll do 3 long streams and then 2 short streams for a bit. And then I'll eventually go back down to the original schedule. That is the plan for when 1.0. Or when, not 1.0, but when Premium launches. I'll probably do the same thing again when Adventure Mode comes out. Depends on how excited people get for Adventure Mode. Because I realize that it's going to be very smart for me to stream a shit ton at that point. So I will crank the schedule up to yes amounts during that bit. I just want to read this tweet from Victoria Tran, who was the Kit Fox community manager for a bit, now works for a little indie studio that you've never heard of before called Inner Sloth, made an indie game that I think failed called Among Us. Anyway, she just says this: social media hack. Post often. Use images and video. Gaze out the window. Wonder what your life could be like if you gave up, walked into the ocean to become a crab. Crave the embrace of love that once was, love that never was, and love you have yet to know. Track stats. Like, yep, that's basically me working in social media. Post a bunch. Wish you were dead. Continue posting. Wish to evolve to something better. Keep posting. Realize you're a full-time shit poster. Keep posting. Wish TikTok never existed. Keep posting. Why in the world have dwarves stopped butchering? Auto butcher's on. Oh, maybe they did. I'd swear that they keep on, like, ceasing to butcher, and it keeps throwing me off. It's like, why is there so many alive animals? They're all supposed to be dead. Stop it. Wait, what? Seems to really like working out, so that's good. Lava's continuing to drain. I'm excited for Monday, because on Monday I get to open up my sauerkraut jar. Batch 2 of sauerkraut complete as of Monday. Very excited for Monday. Monday is definitely going to be a day of the week, and I can't wait. I gotta say that all of, like, the Twitter voice shit, it just weirds me out. A lot of those features are, like, unavailable to me because I don't actually have, like a mobile device that's compatible with them, because they're all, like, Apple exclusive. And then suddenly they all just kind of showed up on PC. I'm like, what is all this shit? And now whenever, like, sometimes I'll look at Twitter and I'll just be like, what, there's people talking? Fucking stop it. No, I'm here for, like, your 128 characters or 256 characters of bullshit. I don't need your... I don't need to hear your conference call. Thanks. The fuck? There's things I like about Twitter, and then there's things that just kind of make me go, Twitter, what the fuck? Stop it. I do not care. I wish I did, but I do not. And I can't pretend that I do, because I'd be lying to you. I'm gonna open all this up. This is damn close to just draining. Once this side over here starts draining, it's almost done. I'm about to start going whoosh. I'll be honest, chat. I'm extremely nervous about PAX. extremely fucking nervous. I'm probably going to spend almost no time in the actual convention itself. It's like I've paid for one day. I go into the convention, just do like a lap of the hall, and that's basically it. See everything that's interesting, do a bunch of research as to what's there, and then just leave. It's the whole plan. Stone, heads up, we're in fall. I think it's fall. Assuming you haven't dozed off. All right, game saving, game saving, game saving, game saving, game saving, game saving, game saving. Yep, again. It's been a year already. I mean, it's been like 6 hours. Morning, thank you very much. Cheers. You don't see those very often. People continuing subs. It doesn't have a notification or anything fancy, but. Can I get a round of beers from Morning, continuing that gift sub? That they got from an anonymous gifter. Big shout out to everybody's favorite viewer, an anonymous gifter. Back in the day, it was Moobot that watched every stream. Now it's anonymous gifter. An anonymous cheerer. The funny thing about the anonymous stuff is that's the only way to actually give streamers money truly anonymously, unless you do it via crypto, because like otherwise PayPal just like sends us your email. I said thank you in private to somebody once for tipping a bunch of money. They're like, how'd you know it was me? I'm like, a PayPal transaction, dude. It's the only way to actually do it anonymously, because Twitch doesn't tell us who does it. We have no idea. You didn't want to forget later? Cheers for that and the patron stuff. It means a lot though, because like, every single streamer that I know, with the exception of like, with a few specific exceptions, is just like sitting around going, man, money sucks right now. And I do honestly think it's largely largely got something to do with the fact that there's like about to be a recession, so everybody's money panicking right now, which makes sense. Like I'm doing the exact same thing, like not spending as much and saving a lot. Everybody's like we're through the streaming boom of the pandemic, I guess. They've definitely got sheet paper, which is that weird symbol on flickering on top of the yak that this human's pulling. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for helping me do this full time. Granted, I would have to lose probably about 40% of my income for me to stop doing this full time. 40 to 50% of my income for me to stop doing this full time. Otherwise, I'd be able to operate on a loss for quite some time. But nobody likes operating on a loss. That would basically mean like my YouTube channel would need to get deleted, and I'd need to lose all of my Twitch subs, and my Patreon would have to get deleted. Well, no. Actually, if my YouTube channel got deleted and my Patreon got deleted, that would be enough for me to not be able to afford to do this full time anymore. But, you know, that's what it is. Let's see if this one is smaller or bigger than the last one. Hopefully it's smaller. Let me know when you want me to scroll. One Iron Warhammer, really? 10 wolf blood! I mean, delicious, I guess. Chopped emu liver, wonderful. 25 bronze bolts and 20 grapes. 5 prepared alpaca brain. Now, is that a brain prepared into 5 servings or 5 individual brains? I like to think it's 5 individual alpaca brain. I feel like that one's not as bad as the last one, but not by much. And just let me know when you got it, Stone. Larger, it's on the larger side of medium. Well, at least that's not so bad. I kind of felt bad after the last one, you know? It's like, oh no, we lost the small ones, but at the very least, like, it's less work overall, right? Like, it's less screenshotting overall than we had previously. All right, well, so now we're into fall, so we've officially done a full year of time. Wandering epidemic disease, weaving thread into cloth. The mayor wants 2 male shirts. How's that lava doing? The lava seems to be fine. It's going away quick. As it should be. We're going to pull this lever for the very dangerous drawbridge. The danger bridge. And then once all this stuff is open and available, they'll just run in there and... Let's see how... Probably actually make this a little safer. By not being female. Clearly. How else do you think they make more shirts? Come on. Get with the program. Definitely not with needles and thread. That would be ridiculous. All right, there is a few that they can start working on. I didn't make the bad joke, Stone. You did. The only one to blame for it is you. It's all draining. But yeah, as you just stare at it, you'll just see all the lava disappearing. One tile at a time. You know, honestly, I think one of my favorite recent discoveries about Dwarf Fortress is that raw coal mined from a wall burns for a literal year. Oh, also, I know how a shirt can be male, because you send it via mail. Which would mean I have a mail jacket, because it arrived via mail. Which isn't to be confused with an email shirt. That's something totally different. And finally, this actually has me really happy. One of the reasons I wanted to last around till fall. This is like a big, happy, exciting moment. The dwarves have returned to trade with us. We haven't traded with the Mountain Home in like 4 or 5 years because the humans keep fucking sieging us. So we never get the opportunity to actually trade with the Mountain Home because we're too busy being under siege. But we get to trade with the Mountain Home, which is great. So we're going to do this trading, and then I think I'm going to go do food, and then we'll check out Zero Siebert. Darren, what up? It's good to see you. Hello. This is a big deal. Seriously, it's a big deal, guys. Big, huge, fancy, cool thing. Massive deal. Woo. Much hype. Very, very excited. It was like a weird audio artifacting happening in my right ear. I'm trying to figure out what it was. It's part of my noise machine. Duh. I was thinking for a second there that like my headphones were malfunctioning. I was getting worried. I was like, uh-oh. That seems bad. Well, lava will be done by the time they're down here, so let's bring this over. Sell all the training weapons. All this. Sell all that. Sell all that. Go down to crafts. Sell all crafts. Why not the goods bins while we're at... actually... No, not the goods bins. We're gonna sell the extracts. Sell the breaking buckets. Can't sell the cages. And sell all the toys. That's gonna be a big sales set. These dwarves are gonna get a lot of shit for free. Also, look at this. Zon Nilinod. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Or no, sorry, Zan Nilinod. There's much to share. We've added information to your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? You know what? Let's go weird. Let's say great horned owl eggs, please. Human enters, kill caravan. I'd be so sad. Be pretty epic, though. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. You finalize the export agreement? Very well, do it. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. A new outpost liaison. Hold up. Stat you. Gold. 1. Zan Nilinod. Hammergate! That's a good name. Zan Hammergate. All right, Zan, what do you look like? He has a very deep voice. And his nose bridge is incredibly concave. His very short, small, lobed ears are flattened. I want to name a fortress Hammergate now. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in nibble braids. His hair is clean shaven. His cobalt eyes are close set. His sandy taupe skin is wrinkled. His hair is gray with semi-crew. Pretty old dwarf, too. It's good to have a new dwarf. Do you want the screenshot, Stone? Here, I'll plop it in Discord. Zan Nilinod. New outpost liaison. It's kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal indeed. It's like when you tell somebody, I'm kind of a big deal. Also, chat, we're pretty lurky. Could I get a round of beers if you're listening to the stream? And I have a question for all of you who are listening. What would you prefer? Would you prefer I put on some music while I go on lunch break? Or would you prefer to just watch dwarves run around in the tavern? Arts work too. That's fine. Now that I have your attention. What would you prefer? Artifact Hammergate? Wow, that's a good name. Music and fort? Was that an option? Do you want a record or do you want fort? I'm literally going to give you one or the other. You'll either get like the weird ambient sounds and dwarves running around for 5 minutes while I'm AFK, or you'll get a record playing. It's not a both situations, an and or. It's not an and or. It's a either or. Which would you prefer? Well, Stone wants record, clearly. I love how often I'm like, hey, chat, would you prefer this or this? And then chat's like, both. I'm like, but I said either or. Because the reason is I can't put the records portion up on YouTube. So if there's a record playing and it's Dwarf, that's suddenly a liability. I can do it on Twitch, but I can't do it on YouTube. Because all those soundtracks are licensed to be used on Twitch, not on YouTube. So I have to be careful about what I put on YouTube. I don't feel like getting things content ID'd. And like half the time if I put up a game soundtrack, it gets content ID'd on YouTube. Unnamed third option or riot? Well, I mean, it's like a null point, right? It's not helpful. It's not useful feedback. So what would you guys prefer? Dwarves or I put on a record while I go get food? It's an either situation, so pick one. Or choose to refrain from responding. That's also an option. Then I'll pick one. Chat just doesn't like being helpful. That's the reality. I don't even know why I try to make you guys helpful. Hey, Von Roland. Hope you've been well. Bring the trader over. Well, I don't really know what you guys want, so I'll put on a record then. Because it's literally like, based on the actual feedback that I got from you guys, split directly down the middle. One said records, the other said dwarves, so it'll be records. All right, let's finish this trading. And don't change your mind now, it's too late. Okay, good to sell everything. Can listen to a record while falling asleep? Hell yeah. We get royal treasurers anymore? From the humans, it was the one that invades us that used to always send the royal treasurers. So no, we haven't had a royal treasurer in a long time. We used to always get them from the Confederacy of Sport. So it's been a long time since we used to get them. Should have checked what was in that. Uh-oh. My mayor wants an Electrum bed. Well, Good luck with that, Dream. 3 picks and 2 crutches. It's not Noach. They'll forget about it eventually. And they don't send anybody to prison for not doing it, so it's fine. We had 13 overall. Sounds about right. It's kind of odd that it's 13. I guess works with the theory that 13 is an unlucky number. Yeah, I know the game Multiverses. Why? The game that's like weirdly popular because it has Bugs Bunny in it and you can beat up Bugs Bunny with Arya Stark. There's like 50,000 people playing right now. It's ridiculous. So many people playing that fucking game. It's got a gremlin in it. Really? Ay, ay, ay. That game has absolutely no business being good. That's all I have to say about Multiverses, is that game has no business being good, but apparently people like it, so good for them. I haven't even installed it, though. I don't really feel like making a Warner Brothers account, to be honest with you. Of all of the big companies I could give a bunch of free information to, I don't really want to give it to Warner Brothers. Also, are you playing Multiverses? Is that why you ask, Diamond? I might also just remove that mayor from mayor. You can just force demote them, replace them with somebody else. Would have more reasonable demands for a bit. And then they'll bring that one back and he'll have the same demand. But eventually he'll forget it. Fine. Ah, the campaign team informed you. I love the concept that you have a team. Which is just... So there's Diamond, right? Sitting at chair, watching stream, right? Then there's Gremlin, which is Diamond with a Gremlin mask on, sitting at chair in front of computer watching stream. Then there's Gremlin campaign team, which is Diamond with a Gremlin mask and a bow tie on, and like I don't know, like a suit, sitting in chair watching stream. It's kind of like this dev talk video that I watched recently on Twitter. It was like, solo dev life be like, and then it was just this girl. It's like, this is Rachel. She's our artist. And she goes, hi. And then it's like, and this is Rachel. She's our lead programmer. Hi, this is Rachel. She's our lead gameplay designer. Typing. This is Rachel. She's our lead like music composer, and just like playing on a piano. It's like, and this is Rachel. She's our sound engineer, recording just like a hammer being hit on the ground. Shut up. You're getting in my way. It's very funny. Holy shit, that's an expensive wheelbarrow. Probably because it's full of shit. So they're now melting metal objects from in here too, which is good. Well, no, that's Rachel, the head of voiceover and voice acting, right? And marketing, of course. Can I just say that I think it's sort of funny that I just went through that entire ramble and captions got most of it right, but you still spelled Rachel wrong? I just think that's kind of funny. Also, now captions are just like not working at all that I'm looking at them. Portal, Stoke Arrow, Cudgel, Bearbell, Glaze, Violent Steel. I remember Glaze, Violent Steel. Lancer, Bolt Church. Bolt Church was also good. Road, Rough Drilled. Hammer, Conjure Rough. Tower, Tower Lulls. Artifact, Hammergate. That's a good one. I'm a big fan of Artifact, Hammergate. Artifact, Hammergate's probably my favorite. It does sound kind of like a bad Twitter hashtag, but like Artifact, Hammergate. Let's like S tier that. Like, what's your name? Hammergate. Artifact Hammergate. It's literally most people's choice for Dwarven defenses. This entire year is just going to be us putting shit away. go. Go do other things, Dwarf. I'm actually kind of curious about how many things they're gonna... I guess they're just gonna be bringing stuff until... Time to go. Let's just shut the crafts off and let them cease. Probably alcohol. It's the only drug dwarves do. Also, the fuchsia is a god, right? So that they're communing with the name of a god. Oh no. That's a bad thing to do, dwarf. It seems that Wait What just tantrumed and beat up the captain of the guard. Seems like a bad person to beat up. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Stop it, wait, what? Stop it, wait, what? I mean, not oh no, but they're definitely gonna go to prison. What are you doing? Dwarf? Dwarf, are you okay? You don't seem okay. All right. Punched volleyball. Knocked over a statue. No one will see these crimes, though. These are nice and far away from everybody. All right, there you go. Two crimes committed. I hope that you like being in prison there, Dwarf. Seems like our captain of the guard's totally fine, though. And the merchants have returned to their journey. Meaning, we can see what this dwarf is gonna, or what the sentence is gonna be for, wait, what? Gonna get a beating. All right, that's pretty easy. You got off easy, dwarf. Gonna go get a beating. I don't fully understand the point of beating criminals. It's like prison time can be very positive. I've never seen just getting beaten as like a positive thing. It's like, oh yeah, I beat you. How does that resolve anything? Always kind of confused me a little bit. Oh no, wait, right. It's just running. There you are. Come on. And bonk. Ooh, a tooth went out. Lower front tooth, and lower front tooth, and guess what? Lower front tooth. You just bruised, its teeth are gone. Bruise, 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 that's fine. Hopeless after suffering a major injury. Well, that's not good. Nothing good about that. Kind of wish that you got a nice little prison sentence. That would have been so much better. Oh well. This seems to be speeding up this process significantly, which is nice. All right, chat. We're the 9th of Sandstone Mid-Autumn. There's going to be a lot of tasks to get done over the next little bit because all these dwarves are going to be putting stuff away for a while. We killed 2 sieges and had a pretty good day. It's time for us to save Longdeath. So I think that's it for Longdeath today. When we come back, we're going to be trying out Zero Sievert. But I'm going to be waiting for this to finish saving, and then I'll be putting on some tunes for you to listen to. And then I'm going to go eat a sandwich, and then we're going to go try a new game. Hopefully that'll be fun. Is that the gremlin from... Hold on a second. Is this the gremlin in Multiverses? Like, actually? No, I know, like, as in the movie Gremlins. But this is a character in Multiverses? Seriously? Well, I guess if I ever play Multiverses, I'm a gremlin main, then. It's kind of awesome, actually. I think it's great. I don't know about you. He's got a fucking cape and shit. Like, what the hell? But I'm never going to play Multiverses, so it's fine. It's just like if I